There you go.
All right. It is 2:04 on this Tuesday, June 27th, and I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees. Clerk Rodriguez, can you please do roll call?
Yes, Madam President. Trustee Mayberry. Vice President Nicolette.
Yes, he called.
Yeah. I see you.
Nicolette, present.
President Smith.
Here.
Trustee Westlake.
Here.
Trustee Woodley.
Here.
I'm here. Trustee Church.
Here.
Madam President, we have a quorum.
Wonderful. So we have a new member of the Washoe County School District family. She joins us as the previous Executive Director of Communications and Strategy from the Tulsa Public Schools. She has over 20 years of nonprofit and education experience. She recently moved to this area with her husband James and their menagerie of pets, and we're so very grateful to have her. We would love to welcome Emma Garrett, Dr. Enfield's new Chief of Staff, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
With liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Emma, and we're so glad to have you. All right, before we close out our opening items, I do have something that I'd like to enter into the record and also for our public to be aware of. It was brought to my attention by multiple members of the Washoe County School District community, teachers, and principals that at the last regular meeting of the Board of Trustees, Ms. Tibbett made a profane and inappropriate comment about Superintendent Enfield. Unfortunately, I did not hear the comment in the moment, so I was not able to respond at that time. I want to make it very clear that as the manager of this meeting, I will not put up with willful disruptions of this business meeting, which includes irrelevant, repetitious, slanderous, offensive, inflammatory, or irrational statements, personal attacks, or interference with the rights of other speakers. These actions may result in you being removed from the meeting. And let me remind everyone, this is a business meeting held in public. I expect civil discourse in a professional manner, and I support different points of views. However, swearing and name-calling will not be tolerated. Thank you. And with that said, we'll go ahead and close out Section 1 and move on to Section 2, our consent agenda items. I'm not aware of any requests to pull, but I'd be more than happy to entertain those at this time.
I won't be pulling any. I'll probably make a comment under discussion.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right. Seeing no other lights for discussion, JJ, do we have public comment on consent agenda items 2.02 to 2.21?
Pablo Nava Duran for consent agenda item 2.06.
Hi, Mr. Nava-Duran. Welcome.
Hello. Hello, my name is Paul Duran. I'm a guest teacher for Washoe County School District, and I do know the CLS is a good program to begin with, so to support all the students who is in need, critical need, who have a behavior and mental health issue across districts, especially in Taiwan school. So I see like that. I did not mention why we did not add Wooster, Pine, and Smith Street Elementary School, because they're our Taiwan school. They have a demographic similar to all the CLS communities in schools, in community schools. I'm sorry. So hopefully we could add some sooner rather than later. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nava-Duran.
That's all I have for consent.
All right. All right. Trustee Church, I'll go to you first.
Thank you. Past practice of mine, often if things exceed $1 million, has been to pull them For public transparency, there's none. I'm going to vote no on this time, and in the interest of expediting the meeting, I don't see any reason to pull any, even though the total is probably over $10 million for what we're covering, but staff was responsive to questions, and so just for those people that expect me to pull them, that's why I'm not going to be doing so.
Thank you so much, and I really appreciate you sharing that. I know that all of our colleagues do. Thank you. All right, so with that said, if I don't see any other discussion, I'll be looking for a motion to approve consent agenda items 2.02 to 2.21.
So moved.
Okay, moved by Clerk Rodriguez.
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Woodley. Is there any discussion on the motion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 7-0. Thank you so much, everyone. All right, and so many of our audience leaves. In case anyone's wondering, it's because the staff members that are here need to be ready to answer any questions, and so they stand by to make sure that the trustees are met with the support that they need. All right, that closes section 2, our consent agenda items, and we'll move on to item 3.01. This is the discussion, presentation, and possible action to adopt Washoe County School District Board Resolutions 23-005 to 23-015, and these are resolutions to augment the fiscal year 2022 to 23 budget, approval of the augmentation, adjustment, and transfers for the fiscal year 2022 to 2023 budget. This is an item for possible action, and we are met by the wonderful duo, our Chief Financial Officer, Mark Mathers, and our Budget Director, Jeff Bozzo. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Trustees, this is a fairly standard fiscal year-end item that you see every year. These are adjustments to the current fiscal year budget. The next item will be next fiscal year's budget, but this concerns the current fiscal year, which ends on June 30th. So these are, like I say, end of fiscal year adjustments we make due to higher than anticipated revenues or other cost adjustments we need to make. Those adjustments are detailed in the staff report in front of you, and also we go into the numbers in attachment A. But I've asked Jeff Bozzo to kind of go over the more material adjustments real quickly for you.
All right, thanks, Mark. For the record, Jeff Bozzo. So again, I'll just touch on the highlights of this staff report. So first, in the general fund, we expect our actual expenditures to be very close to our budgeted expenditures. However, there is a state law that requires us to be under budget in every program function combination. That's a technical accounting chart of accounts terminology. So in order to make sure we stay under budget and not have a violation of that state law, we'll be augmenting using opening fund balance that's unappropriated by $2 million, spreading that out over all the program functions to make sure we stay under budget in all those program functions. And then if there are any savings that are greater than anticipated, we budgeted a $500,000 transfer to the Government Services Tax Fund for future costs of implementing a new enterprise planning resource system. In the English learners and at-risk funds, we're appropriating available fund balance to cover projected expenditures in those funds. In our gifted and talented and special education funds, we expect savings in those funds. Both of those funds receive transfers from the general fund. So what that allows us to do is reduce the transfer from the general fund, again, to help cover those various program functions in the general fund. We'll also be augmenting our student activities fund by $2 million using opening fund balance that's available due to higher levels of spending in that fund. And then in our health insurance fund, we need to augment this fund by $6 million to cover additional expenditures. We anticipated a higher cost in the current fiscal year. They're more than what we anticipated, and as we've talked about in other budget presentations, we're anticipating a rate increase for next year to help cover those additional costs in the future. Then the last highlight here is the Nutrition Services Fund. We'll be augmenting that by $1.5 million to cover salary and benefit costs higher than budgeted. This was due to higher fill rates in the nutrition services function and new hire and retention bonuses that were paid out this fiscal year. And with that, I'll take any questions.
So I don't have a question, but I can tell you that this board report was phenomenal. The way that you broke it down, at least for me, really explained the high points of the changes in all of the budgets. And I found this format and this amount of detail to be incredibly helpful in my analysis of it. So thank you so much. You can tell that there was a lot of work that went into this. And I also think that's why you received so few questions, because it was so explicit and clear. So thank you for that.
Thank you for the feedback.
Are there any points of clarification on this item before we go to public comment? Trustee Mayberry.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll be quick. Just for the record, can you tell us what we're trending for the ending fund balance on the general fund?
So we anticipate being very close to budget within the general fund, and we actually have that information in the next presentation item, but we do see a dip in fund balance, again, for carryover expenses from last fiscal year, as well as the $3 million of bonuses for WEA certified positions. So we anticipate a slight drop in fund balance, still at a reasonable level, but we cover that in the next presentation. Okay.
Thank you. All right, JJ, do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not.
All right. So it seems like this is clear unless there is any other questions. If there's not, then I'll entertain a motion for item 3.01.
Madam President, I'll move to adopt resolutions. Do you want me to state each one?
I think you can. Sure. You can
Okay.
state each one. It's fine.
Move to adopt board resolutions 23 -005, 006, 007, 008, 009, 010, 011, 012, 013, 014, and 015. Resolutions to augment the fiscal year 22-23 budget and approve budget transfers as proposed. Thank you.
Second.
All right, motion by Trustee Mayberry and seconded by Vice President Nicolette. Seeing no lights on for discussion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 7-0. All right, so that closes item 3.01, and now we move on with our dynamic duo to item 3.02. This is the presentation and discussion on the fiscal year 2023-24 amended final budget for all district funds and possible action to approve the fiscal year 2023-24 amended final budget. This is an item for possible action, and we're ready whenever you are.
All right, great. Thank you again, Madam President, trustees. So this action today concerns approval of an amended final budget. As we've talked about several times before, state law allows us to amend our final budget, which you approved in late May, for changes made during the legislative session. And we did have those. We saw changes to our per pupil funding between when we had numbers for the final budget and today. So we're here to present that final amended budget to you. This budget reflects all of the actions and votes taken at our last meeting on June 13th. So you really kind of fast-tracked and gave us the time to incorporate those changes into the document today, which we really do appreciate. So with that, I will turn it over to, I'm sorry, I'll cover this slide and then turn it over to Jeff. So again, between June 13th and today, we've confirmed our base per pupil funding, making sure there were no changes in any documentation from the state, and there were not. We also received weighted funding numbers and received pupil information for that weighted funding, which now allows us to mobilize and budget on a school level basis. Again, we've incorporated the motions you made on June 30th into this budget, And we did a complete analysis of any bills that were outstanding as of June 13th. There were 3 or 4 that were, and Jeff will cover that real quickly. Finally, we, as an executive team, met to discuss several of the recommendations you made on June 13th to lay out the plans for those motions and in order to execute on your desires and the amounts approved for campus supervisors, police officers, and positions to address the standalone principal issue. And so you'll see those in a little later in the presentation. So again, we have a nice, neat package for the final amended budget for you to look at and hopefully approve here today, or certainly provide any other direction. We do have a few days between now and when we have to file that amended budget with the state if you had any changes, but we hope we captured all of your recommendations from June 13th here. So with that, I'll now turn it over to Jeff.
Thanks, Mark. So when we saw you 2 weeks ago, our projected surplus or unallocated amount in the general fund was $76.7 million. After incorporating the decisions based on your direction, setting aside the $10 million for the strategic plan implementation, those costs, we took those out of that amount, and then we had budgeted 8% for our health insurance increase next year. Last week, the group insurance committee took action to recommend a 6% health insurance rate increase. So we adjusted that amount to 6%. That's a savings of $1 million. In total, the cost adjustments were $15.7 million. So that brings us to a net surplus or unallocated amount of $61 million. We also had an update on some bills since June 13th. A lot of these were with the governor waiting to be signed or potentially vetoed. So here's a list of those bills that were signed or vetoed, and there's still no significant fiscal impact that we've been able to identify so far. There may be some in future years down the road, but nothing in the upcoming fiscal year. Next, as Mark mentioned, we incorporated your decisions on the various items from the last meeting into the budget. So we budgeted the full cost of the bus drivers and school police positions. So that's the 8 officers, the 1 lieutenant, and the 1 dispatch technician. Those are fully funded in the FY24 budget. So if the departments are able to fill those positions, they're all there to be filled. The standalone principals, associate chiefs have worked with principals to determine which positions will be set for next year. And on the campus supervisors, we budgeted all 17 of those positions. And you know, these are positions that we might have a difficult time filling. So if that is the case, we'll develop a needs-based approach in order to put those positions at the schools that need them most. And some summary information on the general fund here. So our base per pupil funding increased by 26.3%. So our per pupil amount increased from just over $7,300 to $9,243. It's a huge increase, as we've seen throughout the budget process. However, with enrollment decreases that we've discussed in several meetings, that brings our total revenue growth to about 18.8%. So we didn't realize the whole 26.3% because of the enrollment decreases we're projecting in the future. Then, with all the cost impacts that we've talked about and that have been approved and incorporated in the budget, allocated expenditures totaled $37.6 million, which was an increase of 7.1% to total expenditures. And that $61 million number from a couple slides ago, that's the unallocated amount in this budget, and that represents an 11.5% increase to expenditures. Next, I'll hand it back to Mark to talk about our general fund budget commitments.
Yeah, this slide just basically gives you a graphical representation of the numbers, so maybe that'll be easier. Again, we start off with $98.6 million after considering enrollment decreases, and this shows you kind of, and on the stacked bar chart to the right, how that's allocated. And I do want to talk about the fact that a lot of people don't think of non-discretionary cost increases, the block in red, right? But those costs, again, as noted on the prior slide and here, account for really necessary compensation increases, benefit increases for our employees. So a lot of times people forget we have to fund step increases for our employees, which average a little over 2% a year for employees, on top of the cost of living adjustments we're going to bargain for in the coming months. So we've already funded those step increases, unlike another large school district in the state that hadn't historically. We fund those. And so a great deal of those costs in red are for step increases. And again, for health insurance, which Jeff noted, is seeing a 6% rate increase. We also have that PERS retirement rate increase that we have to fund to the, half of that cost is the districts to fund, as well as Jeff noted, energy increases that are rapidly rising, property and casualty and liability insurance increases that are rising more than 20%. So we do have things we have to cover that come off the top, and that's the point of this chart.
So next on the weighted funding slide, this table here shows the increase in weighted funding in our various categories. So as you can see, we had significant increases in the level of funding for our English learners and at-risk weights. Not so much in our gifted and talented weight, only a $100,000 increase there. We do have ongoing assessments for each of these areas, so once those are finished, that'll help guide our decisions on how to allocate this funding. Another summary of the general fund here. If you look in the middle column of the dollars, that FY24 amended final budget, and go down to the surplus deficit row, what you'll see is we have a number 0 there, which means we have a structurally balanced budget for FY24. And Trustee Mabry, to answer your question from earlier, our projected fund balance for ending FY23 and beginning FY24 is $55.9 million. And that's, oh, go ahead.
What? Can you convert that to a percentage flow?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that'll.
You're reading my mind.
Yes. It's 9%. 9%.
You can go to the next slide.
Here on the next slide, that far bar to the right shows the 9%.
And again, I would just point out, we had budgeted a decrease in our fund balance to cover, again, a portion of the COVID stipends, COVID bonuses to teachers that you approved as part of the last collective bargaining agreement with the WEA, and again, carryover funding for tech purchases where we still had supply chain issues. So we had budgeted a decrease based on the December amended budget that you saw of roughly $4.5 million here. And again, our expectation is we'll come very close to budget on an actuals to budget basis for fiscal year 23. So we're looking at 9+% as a fund balance beginning next fiscal year.
So we rely on you, Mr. Mathers, and you're doing a great job. So our reliance is well founded, I guess, to say, on both of you. No, we're down to 9% from the target of 12 where we used to be. How low is too low based on your expertise?
Yeah, again, as a professional recommendation, I would consider 8% as the minimum fund balance that we should maintain. Our prior fund balance target in board policy was 8 to 10%, and then we revised it up to 12%, not knowing we would receive a significant amount of funding from the state. And so as we've tried to kind of go through the math, the denominator just went way up. So even if we kept pace with and didn't deplete fund balance, we would see our fund balance percentage go down because the numerator stayed the same, the denominator went up. So we will hopefully look to rebuild fund balance after kind of stabilizing the budget and making decisions about the fiscal year 24 budget today and beyond. But our goal is to achieve that 12% fund balance over time based on the current fund balance target and current board policy. Certainly, though, the board can revisit that and make changes, which they've done periodically.
And so on that note, just so everyone that's following along, this budget is at that 9% amount. There would not be a change without an approval from the board. So there could be conversations over the course of time with other budgets based on additional funding, but the percentage that we're looking at now is the 9%, which is down by 25% from that 12+% that we had, and there were very good reasons to have that there. For the 9% that we have now, though, my question is does that equal roughly about 1 month's worth of operating expenses for the district?
It does. 8% would be 1 month. So we're, just a few days more than 1 month of operating expenses that is covered in our current fund balance, which is, again, what I would recommend is a very minimum that we operate under.
Thank you. Trustee Church, did you have another question? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that wraps it up for the general fund. We'll move on to other funds, and I'll highlight some key parts of our other funds here. So in special revenue funds, the 4 columns on the left, the state special education fund and our various weighted funding categories, those reflect the amounts in the state's budget. And again, there's assessments in those areas that will help direct our decisions on funding in those areas. And then this budget also includes a $35.2 million transfer from the private donations fund to the government services tax fund from the Duffield Foundation for the Incline High School project. On the internal service fund side, health insurance fund, that assumes a 6% rate increase, which we've discussed. And then again, property and casualty rates are increasing by 23%. So that's represented here with a $1.2 million increase to the fund. Our capital projects budgets here, these align to the first year of our capital improvement plan. So this operationalizes that first year of the capital improvement plan so that we have the budget authority to proceed on those projects. And the debt service fund, this fund is to make sure we make our payments on our debt service and our medium and long-term debt for the capital projects and fleet purchases that we've made over the years. Our last fund type here is the enterprise fund. This is our nutrition services fund. It does include a $1.8 million spend down of the fund's net position. There's also a request today from staff to fund the staffing specialist position in that fund for 1 more year. This position has helped to fill the vacancies in the nutrition services fund this last year, so the staff in that department would like to continue that forward again. And then universal free breakfast and lunch is included for FY24, but the governor vetoed a bill that would have included it for FY25, and we're working with staff to model those scenarios in the future as well.
Question? So perhaps my question might be for the board president, I'm not sure, but 4.03 that we're going to talk about later is the capital improvement plan, but as was just mentioned here, they've incorporated the funds for capital improvement. What if under 4.03 we decide we want to change something? Are we locking ourselves in by voting yes on this?
So it would have to be a change to year 1 of the capital improvement program, and you approved the capital improvement program in April. So we used the approved CIP that was adopted by this board, not the Capital Funding Protection Committee, but this board in April to construct this budget. There are 2 changes, 2 technical changes to CIP that you would see today. One is to appropriate the Duffield donation for Incline High School at no cost to the district, and the other is simply moving the issuance of general obligation bonds from the current fiscal year to next year with, again, no net change to revenues or expenses. So to us, we consider those pretty negligible, immaterial changes in terms of the impact to the district's funds. So we would hope you would approve those since there's no cost to the district. And those are, again, more technical changes than anything. There is a third action that you'll hear about when Tammy Zimmerman and I present that item that concerns the admin building, but that doesn't concern year one, so would not impact the operating budget.
You read my mind, so the admin building would not be affected by approval of this.
That's correct.
And that's a really good point of clarification for anyone who's following along. It's easy to be thrown off by the school years, the fiscal years, the calendar year, all the other years. So school year 2023 to 24 begins July 1, but that's fiscal year 2024. So when you see all these different dates, it's very easy to, for me at least, to always have to orient myself about exactly what year I'm talking about and then when that year takes place, because we've got different school years, different fiscal years, things like that.
All right, thank you. So before I hand it back to Mark, just want to highlight that for all of our funds, our total appropriations are about $1.5 million. $1.5 billion, not million. Thank you. And with that, I'll hand it back to Mark.
Even though I know there are a couple local agencies' budgets that have tripped over the $1 billion mark, I do believe we're still the biggest local government budget in Northern Nevada, so we can still hold on to that title for at least one more year. Prior to approving then or receiving entertaining a motion from the board to approve this amended final budget, we went through this very quickly. Again, you were real good about giving us direction at the last meeting, and that enabled us to incorporate all the recommendations you made 2 weeks ago into this document. I don't want to underestimate, even though we've gone really fast through this, the significance of those decisions. Again, if we go back to June 13th, you made really important decisions to increase safety at our schools by funding the 17 campus supervisor positions, 10 school police office positions, and from a safety standpoint also modifying the walk zones. And I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the fourth significant change that yes. How could I forget? You addressed a long-standing issue at our smaller elementary schools by addressing the standalone principal issue. Staff has a plan for that. That plan would involve 1 more assistant principal, 8 more learning facilitators, and 16 more deans at those 25 schools that are in a standalone position currently. That's significant. So this budget funds all 4 of those motions that you made on June 13th that make a real change to our school system. And so I just don't want to fly past this and understate the importance of those decisions the board made, but recognize also this is, I know we've said before, this is historic increase in school funding for sure, but I want us to recognize also that we are not done with the fiscal year 24 budget. A new 3-year strategic with some really important changes to how we operate. Now we need to operationalize that in the budget. So you've also approved an allocation of funding for implementation of that strategic plan. We will come back to you with a solid plan for what new positions or programs or other costs we need to implement it. We don't have the exact dollar amount. It may be a little bit below, but it may also be more than the $10 million that is allocated here. But that'll be the work that we pursue over the summer, maybe into the fall, depending on how you define fall. We also, of course, are undergoing collective bargaining with our associations, and that will obviously have an impact on the budget depending on the final resolution of that bargaining process. So this slide is meant to convey we're not done yet. You will see proposals come to you for further implementation of the budget and build out of the budget. Along those lines, as we noted, for weighted funding, we saw, again, historic increases funding for our at-risk students and for English learner students. And we've engaged the Council of Great City Schools to help us look at how we could implement that new funding in terms of new positions, programming, and so forth. And again, we just got pupil counts from the state, so that allows us to, again, look at on a school-by-school basis that funding. So that is further work we'll continue to do, and there's also a linkage, again, between that funding and possibly collective bargaining efforts. So many more issues and proposals to come to you over the next several months that, again, is historic and significant and important in terms of executing upon your vision and the strategic plan and all the new initiatives that may come out of that. As well, and there's obviously a world here that of talent, teaching, learning, and leadership in terms of, again, staffing these new positions. That will be a challenge, but we will work strongly on making that happen. And then lastly, we'll come back to you with numbers on enrollment on count day, because again, we made certain projections and estimates in this budget. We will update you on the actual numbers, and we'll also report to you actual fiscal year 23 results that it will affect the beginning fund balance for fiscal year 24. So our work's not done. I know you know that, but I just wanted to recognize all the important efforts and decisions you made so far, but you will continue to make really important decisions going forward into fiscal year 24. And so with that, we would entertain any questions or move on to approval of the amended final budget.
Thank you, President Smith. Thank you. Well said. I love your message of safety. I think that's so true. It's on all of our minds, I think. And just some clarifying questions. On page 6, and Mr. Mathers, you touched on it, going back to the police, is it 8 or 10? I thought it was 8.
It's 8 new officers plus a new dispatcher plus a new
Okay,
lieutenant,
that's right.
so that's how we get to 10.
And you and I talked a little bit about this yesterday, and that is all allocated in the new fiscal year budget, fiscal year 24.
Yes, based on our discussions several weeks ago, what I heard from the board, and I think what the motions contained, was budgeting all of this for fiscal year 24, ensuring the funding's there so that if we are fortunate enough to be able to fill those positions, we have the appropriation authority to do so.
Yeah, and that's which brings me to my next, just a comment. I mean, I'm really skeptical we're going to be able to fill all those positions. We heard from the police chief. I'd love to be proven wrong. So if we fall short, where does that money go? It just rolls into the next year's budget?
It would revert to fund balance and could serve to, again, get us above the 9%, or it could be used for one-time uses that occur during the fiscal year.
Different subject. So as enrollment decreases, is the lack of allocations that we provide, can we use that, can we provide an offset to that loss of revenue from the enrollment? If we can't bill, am I making sense? If we can't bill those allocations?
Yes, I think I follow. So if enrollment decreases more than what we have estimated for the budget, any savings from unfilled positions, yes, could go to offset for fiscal year 24 only the teacher allocations that we otherwise would need to reduce. Okay. But there are other costs that we would need to reduce as well. So I can't tell you at this time whether the cost savings of any unfilled positions would be enough to absorb any greater than anticipated enrollment drop. We'll just have to visit that in October. But it's possible we could use those cost savings to carry us through fiscal year 24, yes.
When is count day?
It's the 4th week of school, which I don't have that date.
Sometime in September then? Okay.
Yeah, the end of September usually, yes.
Okay, that's good enough for me.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. I just want to share an appreciation and expand it. Thank you for recognizing that we made some tough decisions based on, I would say, a collective hard work in visiting schools, departments, listening to our constituents, our families, our students. And so the information that we gleaned through our hard work while we're out there learning, asking, listening, and learning really went into our requests. And certainly safety was a big factor. And I would have to say that I personally feel very fortunate that when I visit schools, I talk to families, I talk to students, I speak with my neighbors, that they are very comfortable sharing things that they think are going well, things they appreciate and the concerns that they have. So for me, the decisions that I contributed to making certainly are not alone. There's a lot of people beside me that help me understand, and I want to thank all of them.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. A question for the standalone principals. I appreciate the overview of the different roles. Could you repeat that just one more time and then confirm that each principal was able to meet with the appropriate associate chief to really talk about the needs of their school, their families, their community, and then they were matched with the right level of support? Because I'm actually really pleased at what the shakeout ended up being in terms of the roles.
Yes, absolutely. Our associate chiefs did meet with each of the principals of the 25 standalone schools. There was a consultation between those associate chiefs and those principals where we looked at data collected by our Office of Accountability, whether it was performance data, behavior data. We also considered the school performance plans at those schools when assessing the need. And so collectively, the associate chiefs and principals collaborated to identify which positions were needed at each school. And again, the tally was one assistant principal position, that's at our K through 8 school, 8 learning facilitators, and 16 deans.
I think that that's wonderful. And to build on what Dr. Nicolette said, when I look at these items, they all resonate with the reason why we created safety and connection as the beam through which the entire strategic plan is connected. Because in achieving these, we build on all of those and then make the other pillars happen. Someone had recently said something that stayed with me. I think it was one of our public speakers. They said, show me your budget and I'll show you your priorities. And I'm proud of this. When I look at this slide, I can tell you with a straight face, hand to heart, that this budget reflects our priorities. I have more, but I'll hold on that until a little bit later. Clerk Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. Mark, I want to thank you and your staff, because this is a lot of bean counting. I would glaze over and, bless you for that. So I know we made hard decisions, but I know
it's a joy for us, the bean counting.
That's sick. No, thank you. Thank you for that. I do have a question. The school police, the $1.5 million. If you could refresh my memory, was that recruiting for recruits, like putting them through the academy, or is that aimed at targeting for laterals?
The budgeting allows for either.
Okay.
I think the school police is again hopeful about our ability to recruit for laterals based on possible compensation increases, changes, but we would be able to hire a recruit, put them through the academy, and bring them on.
Okay, because I do believe, hopefully, as we look at the CB, that's a topic for another day, but hopefully we can at least become comparable, if not competitive. There would be salary savings in there, I do believe, because I know the cost of a recruit costs money. You got the academy charges for that. So would that be money that that department can utilize for their daily operation costs?
If necessary, I mean, certainly that would be a conversation between the school police and our office about needs and any savings, yes.
Okay. Again, thank you. Thank you for your work. So appreciate it.
All right, my turn, I guess. Few questions and comments. So am I correct, we're basically budgeting 59,100 students this next year?
I believe that's correct. Yes.
Okay. And just something that came up recently, the chief auditor, that budget's included in this budget, is that correct?
Yes, absolutely.
And the only reason I bring that up is because it's come to our attention lately that it's the one position that we supervise directly other than the chief auditor. So just my own opinion, I'd love to see that broken out or differentiated because that's kind of a governance issue. I have no problem with the budget. I've looked at it, met with the chief auditor, et cetera. But that's just maybe as a separate agenda item. I don't know, but I just wanted to throw that out. On the strategic plan, there was a news article, the plan that wasn't a plan, because it's still being threshed out, percentages, et cetera. We voted kind of on a generic, for lack of a better term, plan. If the superintendent, based on that plan, wants to say we budgeted for so many employees in one division, wants to cut that, superintendent can always do that, couldn't she?
We would bring back to you any changes to the budget like that. If there were reductions and a cost shift, an adjustment to the budget, that would come back to you, certainly, yes.
Oh, even if you got 12 employees in the printing shop and she wants 10, that would require a budget change?
We would present that to you as a reorganization item, depending, I mean, it's hard to address a hypothetical, but if it's along the lines of a reorganization and a reallocation of positions, that's how I interpreted your question, that it was a kind of a net cost zero, net neutral kind of reorg.
Okay.
We would bring that to you, yes.
Okay, good to know. And then mostly little just comments. I met last night with a number of constituents, and I've got feedback, periodically, criticism at times. And I thought it was very well said what the board president said about show me your budget, I'll show you the priorities. We're voting essentially, correct me if I'm wrong, for no more teachers, but we're increasing staff that's not teachers. And I just want to make a few comments on that. Number one, safety's come to our attention is extremely important. The violence in schools, kids wandering the hallways, bathrooms that are locked. So by voting for more hall monitors and police, which has already been done, so I don't think we could even unring that bell if we wanted to, by voting for that, in my mind, that is directly related to quality of education. You can't study if you can't go to the bathroom, or you can't safely walk about the school. And we manage from the 30,000 foot level. So those people that are critics of whatever vote we take today, we just can't get into the weeds and say, well, I don't want this or I don't want that, and that's a poison pill, et cetera. So I'm comfortable with what you've presented. I'm not comfortable with 9%. I'm a 12% person, but I recognize you have to pick your battles, and I can live with that for this budget, but I hope we increase that. So that's just a little bit of comments for those critics out there that I'm sure I'll hear back from. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Church. And I do have some good news for you. So there could be additional roles. So this is just a budget of money, but I'll give you an example. So when we look at the at-risk funding or the English language learner budget, the staff is going to actually come back to us, and that may include additional roles. So we're not budgeting them right now, but in the future couple months, when their more definitive plans come out, we will actually be able to vote on how the allocation of these funds are spent, which may very well result in additional positions. And we'll have greater clarity on that as we continue to negotiate with our employee groups, and then we see where those agreements fall, and then where we have specific restricted spending, again on things like gifted and talented or at risk, and additional positions may very well be a part of that. It's just not definitively defined in this budget, but I personally feel it's highly likely that we'll be welcoming new roles into the school district in the future.
Thank you. Just a good example, that's bus drivers. If kids can't get to school, they can't study, so we need more bus drivers. So people are going to go, oh, that's bureaucracy or admin, and clearly it's not. Thank you.
One final thank you. There were 3 attachments to this agenda item, and they were all just pleasurable reading. And I mean that sincerely, even though I could only take so much at a time because they're very in-depth. But I want to thank you and commend you for Attachment C, titled the FY24 Tentative Budget for General and Special Revenue Funds. It was very detailed by chief and department, and it really gives a wonderful look-see, a deep dive, I will call it, into who, where, and what, and how we spend our money. And thank you for that.
And on that, thank you, Trustee Nicolette, or Vice President Nicolette. On that note, there was a question about the internal audit staff, and that is actually underneath the Board of Trustees in the Board of Trustees budget on page 1. So if you, to your point, if you want to see how we're staffed in any particular area, and we have this broken down between general fund and special revenue funds, it is there for you to see at least the number of positions on a full-time equivalent basis, and then their benefits budget and their non-personnel budget. So thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you. Trustee Westlake.
Thanks. Thank you, Madam President. I just want to say thank you. I am super, super excited for what we can achieve with this budget. And thanks you guys so much for all your hard work and putting it into action. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. It's nice to actually have additional funding to allocate.
And I'm going to open with that after public comment, because that is the perfect entree to my part too. JJ.
Pablo Nava Duran.
Hi, Pablo. Welcome.
Hello, guys. My name Pablo Nava Duran. Good news. Workflow changes. We decreased it from 2.25 to 2.0 work zones. So that includes, so we have problem with KK to walk from Don Spring area to Pine Mill School, all the way to Pine Mill School, to across the airport to go to Pine Mill School. I think that this area need to provide a bus to get around, to avoid safe crossing a dangerous street to go to school. So that's great. And then for walks, and then for school police middle school, I think we need to increase school police middle school. So at middle school, it's good target point, rather than having one police in the high school and then travel go all the way to middle school, or maybe their field school and middle school. And then for standalone principal, I feel like they need to deploy at each school have been that mostly in my school as well. So campus supervisor, I think they need more campus supervisors, since they have an increase of student behavior at school and cannot control about it. And we need a school police and a campus supervisors to make sure this kid did not leave the classroom or leave the campus while in the teacher positions. So when I sub there at HUG, a few students just leave the classroom while my position, and I think that one will tackle that. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Navadran.
Kaylin Evans.
Hi, Mr. Evans. President Evans.
Hello. Hi, my name's Kaylin Evans, president of the Washoe Education Association. Just a couple quick things. And I love the motto that WESPA used. They use people before programs. It's something that I know all of you share as well. We understand the importance of programs in our school district, without question. We need people are what are going to create changes in addressing student learning loss and hitting growth targets with our students. So I just can't emphasize that enough, because when we talk about the ability for us to staff our police, our campus supervisors, additional EL, all these positions that we absolutely need, it's going to come down to, in a large part, how we are able to compensate these employees. With the cost of living in Washoe County, it is not just nice to have a livable wage. It's a necessity right now to be able to do those things. So again, as we talk about the importance of that, we have to keep in mind our ability to staff these positions is directly connected to that. Real quickly on the accrued savings piece, I will say that we here in Washoe had a historic use of accrued savings this year. I can tell you it had a significant impact on the morale and the retention of our folks. You would be seeing a far greater exodus of our employees over the summer if we had not been aggressive and using those accrued savings. I will also say it was extremely popular up at the legislature. I had multiple lawmakers come up to me and asking me specifics about how our district was creative in using accrued savings. We will have accrued savings next year, and I would just hope that those that can make those decisions will continue to prioritize the use of accrued savings during the current fiscal year, because we need to use that money to address the needs that we have right now. And I guess one question I should ask, with the standalone principals, I'm not sure if the money that was allocated for that was to fund all AP positions or it was a variety. So I'm not sure if it was, then there might be accrued savings there. And then Trustee Church, I know you're at 12% ending fund balance. If I had to pick between 12 and 8, I am definitely advocating for an 8%, simply because that is taxpayer money. That is taxpayer money that's supposed to be used in the schools right now to support learning. And if my child is in school, I want my taxpayer dollars to be used to support her education and not sitting in a bank account preparing for a hypothetical Armageddon that we're going to see. We have needs, drastic needs right now that need to be addressed. So I would just urge, as we continue to move forward, to keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Evans.
That's all for this item.
All right. This is a moment, and I have a surprise. It's not really a big surprise, but we'll get to it later. There are a few things that I want to say, and I don't know about you, but I feel really good with this item. We've been talking about this for months. Our team has done outstanding work. We've made really hard decisions along this point, and I personally feel really good. Over the years, other trustees who have sat here, they did not get this experience. In this room, impossible decisions were made, tears were shed, and positions were lost. We have the benefit of a balanced budget because of many trustees who served before us that made impossible decisions that we are so very lucky that we're not in the position of having to do. There is one recent board that I remember, and I watched this meeting when it happened and the news afterwards, and it was the spring of 2018. And that was, I believe, the last time that meaningful cuts had to be made. And for example, that is also when the walk zones became larger as one of the cost savings measures. And I remember that that was a time where I also became more focused on the work of the Board of Trustees. And so while there are more trustees that I could ever list who have had to make impossible decisions with budget downturns, the last budget and the last Board of Trustees that had to make those really important decisions are. So if you know these people, please tell them thank you. And that was Katie Simon Holland, Dr. Angie Taylor, Melina Raymond, John Mayer, may he rest in peace, Veronica Frankel, Scott Kelly, and Deborah Feemster. And I bring that up so that as good as we feel right now, and we absolutely should feel good, it is because of the work of many boards and many years before us who did not have this opportunity. We were also very well represented this year for these historic changes, and we are very, very grateful for all of our assembly people and our senators, especially thankful to our governor, Joe Lombardo, for leading the way with this education funding. And there are three particular people, two of which are proud staff members at the Washoe County School District that led the way with this. And so I'd like to personally offer my thanks to Assemblywoman Natha Anderson, Assemblywoman Selena LaRue Hatch, and our previous board president, Assemblywoman Dr. Angie Taylor. And of course, again, we're grateful for all of our legislators and to our governor for this, but we're incredibly lucky that we were represented by so many staff members that are directly related to us. So we'll certainly open it up for additional questions, but I did want to add that moment of historic recognition that we are able to be in this moment now because of the work and the hard decisions that were made by people before us. And so I did just want to take a moment of gratitude for the work that really laid the path to where we are today. Dr. Diane Nicolette.
On that note, thank you for those beautiful thoughts. I move that the Board of Trustees approves the amended final budget for fiscal year 2023-24.
I second.
All right, motion by Dr. Diane Nicolette, our Vice President, seconded by Trustee Woodley. And this brings us to the surprise. We did this once before under very different circumstances, but I think that the monumental importance of this cannot be overstated. This is something that I'm very proud of. We are, if anyone is listening, we've said this before, but please make it known that we are the only school district in the state of Nevada that's set prioritizing and economically valuing our staff members as a priority in our legislative platform, let alone the very first thing. And a budget like this allows us to do that. So because of the historic nature of this vote and this opportunity, we're going to do a roll call vote, which means that we vote one by one for the record.
Trustee Church,
Aye.
Trustee Mayberry,
Aye.
Trustee Nicolette,
Aye.
Trustee Rodriguez,
Definitely yes.
Trustee Woodley,
Yes.
Trustee Westlake,
Absolutely.
President Smith.
Aye. And this motion carries 7-0. Thank you so much, everyone. Well, that is wonderful. That closes out item 3.02. I hope 3.03 is just as exciting. All right. Well, gosh, I don't know. It depends on how you define exciting, but 3.03 is the discussion and action to adopt the Washoe County School District Board Resolution 23-16, a 2023A school improvement bond resolution authorizing the district to issue its general obligation limited tax school improvement bonds series 2023A or 2023A in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $60 million. This is an item for possible action, and we still have with us our Chief Financial Officer, Mark Mathers.
Yes, thank you very much. So as you indicated, before you is a resolution authorizing issuance of $60 million of general obligation bonds that are secured by our debt rate property tax revenues, which we still receive. People-centered funding plan, remember, only covered operating revenues, not capital revenues. So we still continue to receive WC1 revenues, of course. And then the second major funding source for our capital projects is property taxes. And these bonds, again, are secured by those property taxes. In Nevada, they are called rollover bonds because of the rollover, their authorization, 10-year authorization of that debt. Again, we're looking for your approval to issue $60 million. That transaction, if approved, would probably close in September. That will go to fund the capital renewal program for fiscal year 24, as well as other projects identified in the capital improvement program. Originally, we had planned to sell these in the current fiscal year we're in, but because of various reasons, we're pushing it out. So here before you is the resolution asking for your authorization. This allows us to start encumbering contracts for this work. So we're coming to you today, even though the transaction won't close until September and those costs won't be incurred until later this fiscal year. But passage of the bond resolution allows us again to enter into contracts and so forth ahead of the actual sale of bonds. As was noted in the staff report, we have strong coverage on these bonds, which means we have adequate resources, i.e. property taxes, to pay for the debt service of our existing rollover bonds and this new $60 million issuance. We have roughly 26% coverage, which is really strong for a stable revenue source like property taxes. So we can afford to issue these bonds and pay the debt service on them through maturity. The oversight panel previously approved issuance of close to $300 million of bonds, and this $60 million comes out of that $298.5 million worth of authorization that also went to the Debt Management Commission several years ago. So with that, I'll answer any questions you have, but again, looking for approval of this resolution so we can move forward with the sale.
All right, any questions? Seeing none, JJ, do we have any public comment on this item?
We have none for this item.
All right, seeing no lights on, I will entertain a motion for item 3.03.
Yes, Madam President, if I may. I move that the Board of Trustees adopts Washoe County School District Board Resolution 23-016, A 2023A, School Improvement Bond Resolution authorizing the district to issue general obligation bonds in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $60 million.
And I'll second that.
All right, motion made by Trustee Woodley, seconded by Trustee Mayberry. Seeing no lights on for discussion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries. Thank you so much, Mr. Mathers. All right, that closes section 3, which is our budget section for finance items. And now we will move on to item 4.01 and section 4. This is the presentation, discussion, and possible action to approve the award of bid 23-86-B-05-AA, Incline High School Improvements, contingent upon disbursement of grant funds from Fidelity Charitable, a donor-advised fund advised by the Dave and Cheryl Duffield, to Plenium Builders in the amount of $27,220,000. This is an item for possible action, and I hope she gets comfortable because she's going to be there for a while. We welcome our Chief Facilities Management Officer, Tammy Zimmerman.
Thank you, President Smith. For the record, Tammy Zimmerman, Chief Facilities Management Officer. So this item, as President Smith stated, is for the Incline High School improvements. And those improvements are being funded graciously by our Cheryl and Dave Duffield through their donor program. Those improvements will consist of a culinary lab, a restaurant, student hub spaces, a new JROTC room with a new range in that, as well as a new single point up there, and many safety and security items throughout that. This project was competitively bid. It went out in the streets on May 11th of 2023, and we had a pre-bid on May 18th. We hit the ground running, picked up the phones. We were contacting general contractors to initiate interest in it to make sure they knew that it was there, so we could hopefully get more than one bid. But ultimately, we did only receive one bid for that. They are a great contractor in town. They're Plenium Builders. They are an offshoot of Q&D Construction, who's been around a long time. They do a great job for us in our other projects, so we're very comfortable with them. But we did only receive the one bid, and their bid is for that $27,220,000. And so with that, I'll take any questions you might have.
As a point of clarification, can you define offshoot of Q&D Construction?
They used to be the horizontal construction that was under Q&D. They created their own company called Plenium for that purpose, for their horizontal construction. So they are their own company.
So they're their own company, and they are not related to the management or structure of Q&D Construction?
To my knowledge, they are not. They are a separate company.
Okay. All right. Trustee Church.
Just a couple comments. Number one, I just cannot thank Dave and Cheryl Duffield enough and their foundation for their work on this. Their donations is just incredible. And I'm prepared to make a motion.
Before you do a motion, let's clear up the record. So the question or the discussion that was occurring is whether or not Trustee Westlake might have a conflict of interest. Based off of the description by Ms. Zimmerman, it's determined that there is no conflict of interest because you have a relationship with Q&D, not Plenium, correct?
I didn't even know.
Yeah. Sure. We just want to put it on the record so that there's no confusion and so the public understands what was going on.
Thank you very much. All right, I don't see any lights on. So JJ, do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not.
Look at us go. All right, bringing it back here, Trustee Church.
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Let's do it.
I move that the Board of Trustees awards bid 23-86-B-05-0, or correction, AA, Incline Village School Improvements to Millennium Builders in the amount of $27,220,000.
Second.
All right, motion by Trustee Church, seconded by Vice President Nicolette, who, for the record, is very strategic and quick when she wants to be on that light. All right, seeing no discussion or lights on, no discussion on the motion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 7-0. Thank you so much, everyone. All right, and so Ms. Zimmerman will stay with us as we open item 4.02. This is the presentation, discussion, and possible action to approve the 2022-23D Major Projects Program that includes projects throughout the Washoe County School District pursuant to the attached list and associated costs for each in the amount of $98,200,000 as recommended by the Capital Funding Protection Committee. This is an item for possible action. And Ms. Zimmerman, we will pass it over to you.
Thank you, President Smith. For the record, Tammy Zimmerman, Chief Facilities Management Officer. Within this 2022-2023 D Major Projects Program, we have 3 items in there. There's 2 programs and 1 major project. And I'll go through each of them and pause at the end so you can talk about them because they're each very different. So first we'll start with the FY24 IT device refresh. So this is the 3rd year that we've been doing this program within our district. And the current state of that is we have 80% of enrollment at all schools they have devices for 80% of their enrollment. And that is for 3rd through 12th grade, they have laptops for 80% of that enrollment. We have teacher devices. There are all new laptops for all those teachers. And then, and then we have iPads in all the elementary school for 30% of the enrollment. And those are for kindergarten through 2nd grade.
Can I ask you a quick question? Does this fund come out of capital projects, or is it general fund, or where's it funded?
This comes out of government service tax funds. So the device management, the 5-year replacement cycle helps us to improve equity, to allow access for our students for all of those curriculums that are online. It also allows us to manage those devices with safety and security items because they are the newest items. They are only 5 years old by the time they age out, which allows us to do all of that. So academic benefits, as I talked about, they're operable computers for all student opportunities for learning. So that we provide equity with that. We provide curriculum that's digital because all of the curriculum that we adopt has digital components, so they have access to those. And because of that, it's the most up-to-date because it was, as we know, when we print books, sometimes they have old information, and so they can get the most current information. And we believe that it increases engagement with students for that. So with this allocation of $4.7 million, we'll be able to fund 750 new teacher laptops for that first year. So we will provide those the first year, and those devices that are new will then move to other staff within the district so that they can have a newer device. So we basically rotate them down. Then it'll also provide 9,500 new laptops throughout the district. So you get 20% every year at the schools of replacement of laptops, so that every 5 years they roll over. And then 1,500 of new iPads at the elementary school. So that's the IT device refresh. Any questions on that before I move to the next topic?
Thank you, President Smith. What about the Prometheus boards? I know some of my schools in my district, they don't have the interactive Prometheus boards in all of the classrooms. Some are still using the overhead projectors.
So right now there is, through ESSER funds, we are providing a replacement or a refresh of those Promethean panels based off of a prioritization list that we worked through with the office or teaching, leading, and learning. So they will see those replacements. There are some schools on that list that are title schools that may not have very many, that they will see them. But it's only about half of the district through that ESSER fund right now.
As a quick point of clarification, so that we can be somewhat specific, because it's okay, what about the schools that don't have any of the board? So I understand that we're refreshing the ones that had them before, but what about, to Trustee Westlake's point about if there was none to refresh to begin with?
There are some on that list that have maybe 3 or 4 that don't have a lot, but they will be getting them in every classroom. It's not every school like that, but where they don't have them, if they're delineated on that list that we put out when we did the ESSER approval for those Promethean panels, they're on there. I think, for instance, some of them might have had 3. Well, they're getting all of their classrooms outfitted in them, not just the 3 refresh. But where schools had them, specifically, we targeted title schools and elementary schools as the first ones because we felt that was where they would need them the most. They are getting those. So it just, and I can send through JJ the list of schools again and the quantities so you guys can refresh your memory on those.
Do you know off the top of your head, is Sepulveda on the list? I mean, I can wait for the list to come out, but while I've got you here.
I'd hate to name a school and then be wrong, so we see a lot of them. Let me send the list to JJ and she can send it out to the trustees as an information item.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll move to the FY24 Capital Renewal Program, and this has been capital projects bread and butter for many years. This is where we get to touch all of the schools within the district in some way, shape, or form. It's replacing the site and building components that have outlived their useful life. And we start by using our Facility Condition Index system, which is our asset management system for all of our components within the building and site. We look at maintenance work orders. We talk to the staff when we go out. The SFCs, the site facility coordinators at the schools, are able to provide us feedback so that we can put those items in our asset management system and prioritize them differently. We work with our maintenance techs to say, where have you been seeing the biggest issues? Do you look at this list of things that should be done this year? And what are the highest priorities based off of the needs for those schools? We also have a mechanical and electrical plumbing assessment that we do every 3 years. We have a roofing assessment that's done every 3 years and a pavement assessment that's done every 3 years, and we prioritize those within that as well. We have specific things we look at for those because we want to make sure that our learning environments are conducive for our staff and our students. And our big mantra has always been safe, warm, and dry.
Sorry, thank you, President Smith.
Don't be sorry.
Do we ever, since I've only been here, this is 6 months now, do we ever use up all the WC1 money in a fiscal year or an annual year? Do we ever come even close to using all of that money?
I would have to defer probably to Mr. Mathers and the CFO because he kind of manages those for us. This is a $50 million plan. We won't, in a fiscal year, this may transfer over to another year because of projects and how long they take. But I would have to defer to Mr. Mathers on that.
Who conveniently is coming up on your side.
Here he is.
Yeah, good question. But and as Ms. Zimmerman explained, we have to budget on a fiscal year basis, but capital projects have usually a longer construction period than 1 year, at least major ones do. Mm-hmm. And we can't begin design or execute on all these projects on July 1. From a staffing standpoint, right, they have to be phased in and layered in. So, no, typically within a single fiscal year, we wouldn't spend the whole allocation, but we could have contracts that are encumbered that roll over into the next fiscal year, so we need funding for that. Certainly there are savings or projects that are deferred or may not be done. That happens from time to time. What usually the process is for situations like that is to substitute another project down on the list, if you will, to replace that deferred project. So certainly the intention is to utilize all that funding, but it would be an incredible event for us to burn through all that money in one fiscal year. But again, state law requires us to budget on a fiscal year basis.
So where I was going with that, because I do know the labor shortage as far as like, you know, roofers, framers, finish carpenters, I mean, concrete, all of that. So maybe going out of bounds here just a little bit, but like Reed High School needs a field. That is not going to tie up the labor force that we're using for schools. Are we looking at that like schools that need those kinds of things and they already have contractors saying they can do the field and all of that? Do we look at these other projects that could be ongoing and get those rolling while we're waiting to fund because of labor shortages or materials, that kind of thing? It's a totally separate thing, and I know there's other schools that have those issues also. I'm just advocating for Reed, but I'm certainly advocating for the other schools that need those types of projects that aren't going to take away from building new schools and, you know, repairs and things like that.
So we do prioritize all of those things. We call them deficiencies within our asset management system. So they are all in there, and we take them as they come up in the prioritization. So I know I have met with Mr. Rosenblum over at Reed High School, and we have some processes with our groundskeepers to help them make that field and bring it up to standards. So it may not be in here that you see it. It could happen through our maintenance department as well. So these are items that come through our facility condition index system that are prioritized with all of our staff and all of that. So when we start looking at some of these, you'll see a lot of Reed on here, and I'm going to point those out to you for that very, very reason. Because while they may not have a field on here, there are things that rise to the top because of how it's prioritized, and we do the worst first. Okay? Does that help? Does that answer? Okay. All right. So with that, we'll start going down the list here. I have a couple just to highlight. As we talked about Reed, we are planning to refinish their large and small gyms on the gym floor, right? That may be replace the wood. We have to work through design and then do a whole sanding and painting of that floor for them. Because when we walked it, there were some areas that are damaged, and it only has maybe one sanding left on that. So it's getting thin enough, right? It also has replaced the gym bleachers. Those, because they have lead paint on them, for us to do maintenance on them, it's very difficult, and they don't roll out real well. They don't have a lot of ADA steps on them, so we're going to upgrade those in this system. This may or may not happen next summer, but definitely by the summer beyond that, because we have to design all those projects. The next items that I have to highlight are, I turned it off. If you look down on the electronics, it's the Sparks High School baseball scoreboard. That, when we went back and looked at FICUS after we spend months going through these and mashing up projects and that, it came up to be the highest priority for that. So we will be replacing the Sparks scoreboard there for that. So have faith. They will all get there eventually, but 50 million sounds like a lot, but it doesn't go as far as you think it does. The next item that I have on there is in grounds. The play structures at Duncan, they still have the old steel structures. We're going to bring those up to new standards and replace all their playground structures so they have something to play on out there that's exciting and new. And if through the facility modernization plan something happens there, we'll be able to remove those and replace them someplace else. They can live on.
I would like it noted that a ribbon cutting at a new playground sounds a lot of fun. I call dibs on the first slide down.
Okay. The next item that we have on there, that sounds like a lot of fun. The next item we have on there that I want to highlight is the Stead Elementary School, the boiler room conversion. We know that they don't have a lot of space for staff out there, so we've been out there in this plan. We're planning on spending $625,000 to take that boiler room that's not used as a boiler room anymore. We've taken the old boiler out and converted into office spaces for school psychologists, speech pathologists, all of those staff members that need that special space at that school. we really do try to help and improve those facilities for all of those schools and staff and students. The next item that I want to highlight on here is safety and security. We know that that is a high priority for all of you guys. You'll see we have single point of entry. We've estimated $2 million to be set aside for that item alone. Emergency signage. We will be completing the emergency signage within the district this year with that funding. So every school will have the emergency signage, which was a priority from Safe and Healthy Schools Commissions many years ago. But it takes a while to get around to all of the schools to do that. Secure perimeter fencing. That is for Matthews to upgrade the fencing there. They have a few little spots that don't quite work right, and so we're going to modify those. With that, we also set aside some funding for Safe and Healthy Schools to prioritize. We're working through options, whether it be single point, secure perimeters, and what those options look like in levels, and we're putting estimates to that, and then we're going to work with district staff to prioritize them with what we think they need, and then go to Safe and Healthy Schools for them to prioritize them so that then we can start planning them and move on from there, because we know that that is a very, very high priority.
Thank you, Madam President. Quick question. One, I'm really happy to hear about the single point entry. I know something that Trustee Mayberry and I are pretty passionate about, as well as the majority of us. Can you refresh my memory how many schools are still lacking in that?
So every school except, well, every elementary has a single point of entry. It depends on what amenities they have in them. So they may get upgraded with more amenities to make them more of our standard single points that are like our new schools. That could be part of that. The middle schools all have one. High schools, AACT has one. And I believe that's the only high school right now that has a single point in that. And so really talking about prioritizing and having options for the high schools and how those might look.
And I don't, by no means I want to question you, but I just want to be sure that this $2 million will, if I recall correctly, I think it's about 9. I could be wrong. Schools are lacking. I just want to be sure that $2 million gets us there.
There are options to get us there, right? Some of it may have doorbell buzzers, cameras, and those kind of things to make it an immediate action. But we're working through all those options to present to Safe and Healthy Schools, along with, we're working with school police, and we'll work with the Office of TLL to make sure that those are operated and work for them as well, and then we'll move forward with presenting them. So you'll hear more details about them as we move forward with that process.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate that you're highlighting this. I know I've been nagging about it, so thank you.
Thank you, President Smith. Yeah, I think you answered my questions, Tammy. I just wanted to echo what Trustee Rodriguez says. Thank you. I saw the single point entry, and it made me really pleased. Hug High has a single point entry too.
The new Hug High School has a single. You're correct.
And I think you're moving forward on Sparks High as well. But my understanding is mostly the challenge is with the high schools.
It is with the high schools specifically because their front offices are so detached from the front doors. And how do we do that? And how do we function that as well, right?
Yeah, so on that note, I mean, I was going to ask you for a little deeper dive on the vision. I think I kind of heard it. I mean, you're not there yet. And I think we all know that could be some significant inconveniences with our high school communities, but it's got to be a priority. So thank you for that. And then I also was pleased to see the cameras at Reed High, and I got a little feedback too, specific to that school community, that there are some blind spots, some areas where they could use cameras. And again, going back to your earlier remarks, you talked about how your team reaches out to these schools to sort of assess their needs. So I would just perhaps encourage your team to continue to work through that, particularly at Reed High. Maybe they haven't communicated to you well enough, but there's a desire, I think, for some surveillance cameras out there that in addition to the 6. Thank you.
I want to add as well to when we work through the facility modernization plan, when we touch a high school, if we don't do it through this, or if it's a reduced effort through some of these, that maybe it's a doorbell and a camera, that when we do the facility modernization, it could be, we'll make sure that's part of that modernization for all of them and full-blown, and go in there and make sure that it's up to par with our new schools. So that's part of that facility modernization plan as well.
And I think that's a really good point, Trustee Mayberry. And it's really important to voice those things. And thank you for sharing what people reach out to you to talk about and then what you see reflected in the plans, because that's really important. I know one of the things that Pine Middle School had brought up is that they have quite a few blind spots due to lockers and banking of lockers, and I believe that work is happening this summer. So it's not an item for this plan because we've already approved that, but in light of that, they're also doing that. Trustee Westlake, followed by Vice President Nicolette.
Thank you, President Smith. Thank you, first of all, for the scoreboard. I know the Sparks baseball parents are going to be thrilled. And then I'm not sure if you can answer this or not, Ms. Tammy, but we voted on, I'm thinking it was like a couple of months ago, for the panic buttons for our staff. And correct me if I'm wrong, but they're supposed to be, I call them eyeballs, but visual cameras outside checking parameters, because we can have fences up, but if we don't have eyes on what's going on outside on the perimeter, I mean, a threat could come over the fence. But if I think those eyes, those cameras were supposed to see if something's going on around the fencing also, if I remember correctly.
So Centegix is the panic button that we're implementing, and we're under construction and installing that currently. It does not have cameras out on the perimeter. It has nodes that actually detect when you press the button. It reflects into that and then sends out the message that there's an issue, depending on how many clicks you click on that crisis button. So it does not have cameras out there. It's to help you if you have a situation to get additional people out there that can address it.
Thank you. I'm kind of jumping the fence here just a little bit, and my question is only about, has there been any discussion in the safety vein of vape detectors in our middle school and high school bathrooms?
There have not been any discussions within our department to add vape detectors. There have been requests by schools to fund them. They're very hard to install. And then is it a benefit? I think campus monitors versus those kind of things. What we hear, this is what we've heard and what we see with a lot of people, is that they may vape and then they blow them down the toilet, so you can't. And then by the time you get in there, you don't have cameras in the bathrooms, so then how do you determine who it is?
I do want to add, and I'm not going to ask him to come up here, but I do remember, because this was one of the things that we had assigned to the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission, and I believe that they are taking up this exact topic to determine ideas that they want to bring back to the district for implementation. So I believe that this is something that Safe and Healthy Schools is taking up at the direction of this board when we set their goals for the upcoming year. Trustee Church?
Thank you. Yeah, I concur. I hope Safe and Healthy does look at that. I totally agree with Trustee Westlake. I'm a big believer in cameras with live monitoring for action, or when something sets them off, motion detected, then somebody knows to monitor them. So I'm a big person on that. And also, I missed a very small part of the conversation, but Trustee Westlake was also talking about the supply chain. Recently, I voted no on another issue because it wasn't broken, but it was basically at the end of its service life. I'll reiterate that today. I can't micromanage. We don't micromanage each of these. I could probably go through and enter my own opinion on each one. But just in general, my philosophy, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, especially now with the supply chain. Contractors are bidding high because they have to pay their employees, et cetera, much higher wages than maybe previously. And nobody's got a crystal ball. I wish I did. But I do want to express that personal philosophy of looking at what can wait, and I believe you probably do that. And I will say, in the sense of I've been wrong before, and I'll put it on the record so that they can get after me. The Hug High, for example, that's on there at $200 million, that was way over what was predicted back in 2018 when we passed WC1. But if we did it today, it would probably be $250 million, $275 million. So people Jeff was wrong on that one. You can write that down. So I'm inclined to vote yes on all of these, but I just want to put on the record my philosophy on if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But I don't want to micromanage, and nobody has a crystal ball for the future.
Thank you. JJ, do we have any public comment on this?
Pablo Nava Duran.
Hi, Mr. Nava Duran.
All right, guys. So for the capital renewal plans we talked about, so that's a good point. I support Westlake on replacing the real football field. I like that, and also Forest Park Middle School football field needs to be replaced. And we saw the track is replacing or expanding from 6 to 8 track lane. That's great for Sparks athletic program. Great for hopefully Mr. Cottrell will be happy for that. And then so how about Wooster football field? Like we go expand a football bleacher, or we go replace a football field, or we replace a bleacher with more accessible or something like that. I think if any broke, don't fix it. If it broke, fix it. So we know many high schools doesn't have a single point entry. And if you look, I attended a FIP meeting and talked about No Valley High School getting a single point entry. I think this was great start points. I think that every single high school should have a single point entry, and for Wooster, it doesn't have a single point entry. Look like it's not going to build anytime soon. Who knows? So have a nice day and keep a good job, and hopefully serve better for the students, staff, and anything else, and protective safety, protective threat from someone else from outside. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Navadran.
That's all I have for this item.
Thank you. All right, Tammy, let's wrap this up with a wonderful topic, the Debbie Smith CTE Academy.
So I'll go back to Debbie Smith CTE Academy. This is, I want to give you have the project history. We designed it and finished that in April 2022. We received approval for the budget in February 2022, and then we bid it in May of 2022. And as most of you will recall, it came in over that budget. So we had to make a tough decision, and we decided to phase deliver that project in June of 2022. So we went ahead, we hard bid the demo and abatement. You can see the savings that we realized through that. We've awarded the site and utility package at $31.5 million already. You can see that there's a lot going on that site. There's big graders, and it's moving along. Now we're to the point of starting our new building and existing building renovations that we'll hopefully be bringing back to you guys in July. We have opened those bids. They look very favorable. I don't have the final GMP yet, so I can't really speak to it, but they look great. This is the estimate that we had of $114.9 million in April of 2023 from Q&D Construction. So that's what you'll see is added into this final slide that I'll get to in just a minute. The landscaping has never changed from the $2.5 million they've estimated. We actually got a bid even when we didn't ask for one. So we know that it's $2.5 million at this point. So I'm going to just kind of culminate it in this last slide. The budget approval of $112 million for construction. The professional services and the FF&E, which is furnishings, fixtures, and equipment, has remained consistent. So really the only change is construction. And you'll see in May of 2022, the bid came in at $147 million with our owner's contingency. As of June of 2023 budget that we've created before we bid the project, now we're at $155.5 million, which means that we're asking for an additional funding of $43.5 million to finish that. I'm highly confident that we will be well under that number, but until we scrub all that GMP for the site or the new building and the new building renovations, I can't express that to you yet, and you'll see that in July. But this item is for an additional funding to complete Debbie Smith CTE. This has been almost 4 years of my career here that I would like to build this project.
May I ask a question on that one? So the total cost of Debbie Smith is $168.5 million?
That is the budget estimate that we are asking for in total.
And you're hoping we come in early. And then I'm looking at another one that said $138,750 million. Was that a much older one or total allocated?
So that's total allocated, right? These are demolition. We know we bid it at $7.6 million, and that was a contract we awarded. If you look at $31.5 million, that's the site and utility package. We have awarded that, and that includes owner contingency. New building and existing building renovations, that is an estimate. We have not awarded that yet. So that is an estimate from Q&D Construction. And then the landscaping is an estimate from them as well. But you total all of those, and it comes up to the $155.5 million, and then add the professional services and furnishings, fixtures, and equipment to it, it's $168.5 million.
Thank you, Madam President. Ms. Zimmerman, I'm very grateful to see this regarding Debbie Smith CT Academy. Thank you very much, because I get a lot of questions about, just like as you stated, we want to get it done. I have a lot of people in the community from different demographics, different groups, and then I also have a council member, Martinez. Every time I see him, he wants an update. To the point where we can't even have a conversation. So, without him asking first. So, I was wondering if, I know you said you're going to bring it back in July. Could you tell us what deadline date we're looking at, or construction date, or completion date estimate?
So based off of the schedule that we have so far, completion is June of 2025 for that project, and then we will load it and hopefully be able to have some training for the staff with that. So this item is for additional funding allocation approval. It's not for actually bidding that contract that's in that second phase. It just tells you what the estimate is that we have. This item is only for the additional funding to complete that budget. And I'll wrap it up here with that last slide if you're ready. So this is the 2022-2023 D Major Project Program, which has the $4.7 million for the IT device refresh that you saw. It has the FY24 capital renewal plan for $50 million, and then it has the Debbie Smith CTE construction additional funding for $43.5 million, which totals the $98.2 million that is being asked for approval today.
So, Trustee Westlake, can I ask you a question? Okay, so you have a relationship with Q&D. What, can you put this on the mic? We need to create a record.
Okay.
Okay, so you have a relationship with Q&D. It's a business partnership?
It's not with Q&D Construction. It's with Q&D Incorporated.
Okay.
Some of the Deanda family members that have ownership of Q&D.
Okay. So I think, but we're not voting on that specific project at this point in time, correct?
No, we are. It's the 43.5.
We're not voting on approval of the award of construction agreements and contracts at this time.
Right.
We're only asking for the funding budget.
Okay. So my recommendation is that you've already disclosed your relationship, and at this point, because nothing is finalized as it relates to that contract and nothing is going to you personally under the rules of ethics, I think you can disclose what you have and go ahead and vote.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, and so that brings us to the end of the conversation. We've had some good dialogue along the way. If there are any additional questions, feel free to bring those. Otherwise, we can move to adopt.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to make a motion. I move that the Board of Trustees approves the Washoe County School District Capital Improvement Program to include the 2022/23 D Major Projects Program in the amount of $98,200,000 to provide for projects throughout the district.
Second.
All right, motion by Trustee Woodley, seconded by Clerk Rodriguez. I see no lights on for discussion. So all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries. And that closes item 4.02. So just to signal to the board and to our community, we'll go ahead and we'll hear item 4.03, which I'll open in just a moment, and then we will take a break at that point after 4.03. All right, and so on that note, we will go ahead and open that item. This is the presentation, discussion, and possible action to approve the revised Washoe County School District fiscal year 2024 to 2028 5-year capital improvement plan as recommended by the Capital Funding Protection Committee. This is an item for possible action. And we already have our speakers up here, our Chief Financial Officer, Mark Mathers, and our Chief Facilities Management Officer, Tammy Zimmerman.
Thank you, President Smith. For the record, Tammy Zimmerman, Chief Facilities Management Officer, here to bring you the revised capital improvement plan that came from the Capital Funding Protection Committee. You guys have previously approved this and then asked that it be sent back for one item to the Capital Funding Protection Committee. And then along with that, there were a couple other revisions. So there are 3 revisions to this. The one is the incline project renovations that we talked about that are funded by the Duffield, putting that on there as a donor funded in year 1. So that's one of the items that was revised. And then, as Mr. Mathers talked about earlier, the bond rollover issuance for $60 million that was shifted from FY23 to FY24. It's a net zero. It just changed the years. And then the third one, which is probably, which really came back from the Capital Funding Protection Committee because you guys approved the CIP with a request that it go back for the Admin Building Central Services Office to be moved from year 3 to year 2. And the Capital Funding Protection Committee reviewed that request. They had some good discussions about it. I was impressed with their discussions and how they talked about it, but they ultimately have recommended back to the board to leave it into year 3 because they feel that there are other improvements that could be made at schools in that second year that they would rather see as opposed to starting the design for this building, the Admin Building Central Service Offices. And I know that in that staff report, there's some things about going back and forth to the Capital Funding Protection Committee, and the board has the ultimate say, but if you change it, you have to put it on the record for the reasons as to why you don't accept their recommendation. But if you have any questions of Mr. Mathers regarding the bond rollover issuance or any of the others, we're happy to take those first.
Pardon me. I have a real simple question. Can we afford to add the admin building within the existing budget or capital projects funds?
Yes.
I guess pontificating on that, this is not a hill to die on for me, but this building was built in like the 60s. It's very inefficient for staff. Personally, I'd like to see us move forward with identifying at a minimum the potential location and maybe the architecture of that. You know, I know we've got supply chain issues, but I think there are architects available that could start the design process. So those are my thoughts. Again, not a hill to die on, but I'd like to hear from my fellow trustees.
Thank you. Can you kind of elaborate a little bit more? So the Capital Improvement Committee, they stated that there were some schools that that should be prioritized over our district building. Bottom line, would moving forward into year 2 with the new district building, would that delay or hinder any schools that were built in the 50s?
When you think about it, and our economy, we are a little micro economy. We only have so many architects, engineers, construction that we could be stressing that boundary for them. So it could impact other things. because you're asking somebody to do a project, and they may have a school that they're doing as well, or we have the same subs that do a lot of work for us, so you could be stressing them. We have to be really cognizant, even in our department, of how much work this little town can handle with all of our contractors and that.
100%
So
understood.
it's a great point. Thank you for bringing that question up.
Okay. Thank
And
you.
I see we have Trustee Mayberry and Vice President Nicolette, but I'm going to jump in here really quick. It is upon guidance from our Chief Legal Counsel that I am not able to play the song that I have in my mind because of potential music infringement. But as I say this, I would love for you to be in your head hearing "You Can't Always Get What You Want" by the Rolling Stones. I very much wanted to move this up, but we have the Capital Funding Protection Committee for a reason. It is within our role to send back decisions and ask them to consider again. And we did, for the record, get one vote towards it. But this is the demonstration in the governance of checks and balances. So I appreciate that we as a board and myself did make that motion, seconded by Trustee Church. I appreciate the dialogue and the work that the staff did. With that said, I am a woman of my word, and I will honor the vote that came from them. But I will still look forward to the day when we're able to vote for that building, hopefully in the not too far distance. So with that said, I'll go to Trustee Mayberry, followed by Vice President Nicolette.
No, it's going to be very simple. Thank you, Madam President. And I was the only person that actually voted with the Capital Improvement Committee, if I'm saying that right, for the very reasons that they stated. And I remember there's a lot of discussion here, as you pointed out, that at least the majority of the members here would honor their vote. So I hope that we would stick with that. I don't really think a year is going to do any harm, so I think it's the right decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And if you try sometimes, you might get what you need. Oh, on that note, I attended the Capital Funding Protection Committee meeting. They had robust, heartfelt, and well-informed discussion. Truth be known, for me, I was a little sad because I would like to get started on this. I, too, will honor their commitment, their expertise, their ability to inform us and guide really good decisions. I will support their decision.
Thank you, President Smith. I don't think it has to be an either or, only because I hope it was taken into consideration how much money we're spending for all these other buildings to house employees, because this building here is not big enough. And so we're spending a lot of money in leases and things like that. And I don't know why it has to be an either or. Why can't it be, we're at the bottom of that list. We've got all these priority lists, so the admin building is at the bottom of the list. And if we can get to that without stressors on architects and everything, and I trust you guys with what you're coming up with. I really do. But if it could come up in 2 years and we're at the bottom of the list, why not? If not, then it's at the bottom of the list and it'll get shoved into the next year.
I will comment that it is a plan. It can change, right? Because it's not in year one. So next year we could have this conversation again, and it could move up. So it's a plan because it's so far out, not year one.
And I will also say that it is duly noted that this is such an interested topic among this board. So I think that they're also paying attention to that too. And so my agreement with their recommendation is on the projects we have now and not wanting to endanger any of those, but I know that they're paying very close attention, that it is a level of service that we can offer to bring our staff members together in a building, to have a boardroom that really affords our public and this board and the staff the ability to serve and to host people in it. So I know that they're paying attention to the fact that at some point we have to bring down, I know we were up to 30 at one point, I don't know that we're up to 30 anymore, but but we have a lot of different areas that we're paying leases on, and we need at some point to have a plan to do that. And there is a value to that. There's this misunderstanding that because it's the admin building, it should somehow be last, and we have invested $1 billion in WC1 money, and at some point we have to also prioritize the fact that this is where we serve the public as well. So, but with that said, I will absolutely honor this. Trustee Church, and then we'll go to public comment.
And I realize the mood of the board, so I get this. You talked about stressing contractors. I agree 100%. Let's get specific on architects. Are they stressed?
There are only so many architects in town that are qualified to do this type of building. And even us staff, we've never done an office building. So it's going to take some major programming and major meetings to get that programming designed and set aside to know what spaces everybody needs. So it's not just the architects, but they have sub-consultants that are engineers and all of that we have such a small community of them that it would stress them to some extent as well. And we have to be cognizant of that.
Small community, but we put it out nationwide, correct?
We could, we have not determined if we would put it out for an RFQ, which is a request for qualifications, to actually award that to, it could be somebody from the outside.
And good points on the fact that we're spending thousands or who knows what on rent on other buildings. I was at a meeting with Governor Sandoval, who doesn't age. Speaking on the UNR wants this property, and it's old, and again, a crowded board. I could go on and on. Assuming we vote to accept this and not go ahead with the admin building, is there anything we can go ahead on? Can we look for the land? What can and can't we do without actually violating what we're going to vote on?
The land purchase and all of that would be included, if we were to look for that, that would be included in that dollar amount. So because it's in year 3 right now, if you moved it to year 2, that wouldn't be until next fiscal year, right? So it's not like we're doing it this year anyway. Again, it's a plan. Things can happen as we work through the 5-year CIP next spring, and it could change, and it could move up, it could move back. That's going to be, dependent on next year.
And I do remember that in the event of a very unusual opportunity presenting itself, we are always ready to be agile if a unique and unanticipated opportunity presents itself. We would not consider a special opportunity if it presented itself.
We are always ready to work on those special opportunities.
Good point, because it was land on Plum Lane, it went away, but things like that. And you did say purchase. I'll say that from what I've seen, and Mr. Searcy drove me around town, didn't even charge me for gas, and looked at existing property which could be used and or land swap at no cost. So I'll just put that on the record. Thanks.
Thanks, everybody. JJ, do we have any public comment on this item?
Pablo Navaduran.
Hi, Mr. Navaduran.
Well, my first question is I'm very against this project. Admin building over the school. If we have many schools but built before this school, that includes Sparks and Reno High School, and we noticed that I attended an FIP meeting in Nova Valley. The 11 Bands stand will take care of it. So that's good. Okay, it's good. So I know most of the Spark area. I did not attend the meeting, but I know most of Spark do need to mostly built in 1950, 60. But I wait. Here we go. Here we go. So many of school and this. Trainer, Spark, and Dilworth area, Fear School area have been taken care of by MIP. Trainer will be taken care of MIP. So how about Dilworth, Spark, and Reno High School, and maybe some of old Northwest Reno area might be getting new school soon. soon. And how about the volunteer school like Corbett, Lauder, Veteran, and LeBouf? What they gonna do? They're not gonna get a new elementary school. I know they got a new building over here, so they might get a new elementary school near future, and we might get at least a building because it's not a lot of land available in Central Reno anymore. But I think I do support this project. Hopefully, you vote yes on this project. It's the next year, 3 year to 2 year. I think the governor several want to buy this building, so we have to make a plan. So we're gonna move. We're gonna build design of a new Alvin building. We're gonna make a new Alvin building. Make sure we have to take care for Sparks and High School and maybe Dover Middle School before you could plan to make a new elementary building.
Thank you so much, Mr. Navaduran.
That's all I have for this item.
All right. Well, great discussion. Trustee Mayberry, I see your light on.
I'm ready to make a motion if you want to
Let's do
entertain
it.
that. Thank you. Board of Trustees accept the recommendation of the Capital Funding Protection Committee and approve the Washoe County School District revised fiscal year 2024-28 5-year capital improvement plan. I move that.
Second.
All right. Motion by Trustee Mayberry, seconded by Vice President Nicolette, who might be up to a year max total. I am impressed. Yeah. I see no lights on for discussion. Checking to see if there are none. No. All right. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you so much. All right. So let's take a brief break. Let's break until 4:20, and then we will come back and move forward with item 4.0 for our last agenda item of the meeting. Thank you. All right, it's 4:24, and we're going to go ahead and bring this meeting back to order and open with item 4.04. This is the presentation, discussion, and possible action to consider, adopt, and/or amend the draft student behavior manual for the 2023-24 school year. This is an item for possible action, and we welcome our Chief Strategies Officer, Dr. Paul LaMarca. Hi, Dr. LaMarca.
Hi. President Smith, Dr. Keogh, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity. For the record, Paul LaMarca, Chief Strategies Officer. So there may be a lot of dialogue. I don't have a lot to say. I'm just going to walk you through where we're at in the process, and then I have a feeling we're going to have some questions. What you have is a preliminary manual. This is not the final manual. There seemed to have been some confusion, and if I contributed to that, I apologize. As you guys, so our objective is to just get some general direction. That is, go on, continue, add these things, take these things away, meet with these people, meet with those people. We need a little bit of guidance from you. That's really what we're after. At the workshop in May, and you saw this previously in March, you did sort of adopt this timeline. So this is where we're at today. We're presenting you the draft on June 27th. We will also, based on the direction, there will be a revision. That was planned, and that will be ready by July 25th. It says July 26th, but you meet on July 25th. We really, in order to stick with the timeline that you have approved, and that was part of the implementation plan, we have to get this to buildings by August 1st, or really by August 4th. We have a professional development day with principals on that Friday morning. I think that's Friday morning, and so we will be walking them through this at that point in time, assuming we get there, and then the plan has them meeting with their progressive discipline committees, reviewing the manual, providing comments, certifying that they have progressive discipline committees, that they've done the review, that they've shared with staff, and then that would come to you hopefully September 13th. There's 2 meetings in September. If there's a delay from schools, it might be the second meeting, but that would be when you would do the final adoption of the final manual. So what you did approve on May 23rd was essentially the contents of the manual. So I brought this slide back. So everything that you see in the preliminary manual in the sections which are green, that's brand new language. The sections which are yellow, that's heavily revised language compared to the previous manual, the 22-23 manual. A lot of the behavior hearing process actually got a major revision, but when you adopted it, we assumed it would be very similar to how it had been in the past. And you also, we recommended some changes to the matrix, and you approved those. We have arranged the matrix in a way different than in the past. And I do think that there is some work to continue to be done along those lines. I do just want to bring to your attention that you don't see yet, I think, critical devices, and that's the communication pieces, the parent-student brochure, which just really will distill this down to what's critically needed to be known by students and parents, a teacher's guide, so a really if-then kind of a guide for teachers, and then a similar sort of a guide for administrators. I believe you all realize and know that the manual is written, the lengthy manual is written. The primary audience for that are building principals. They are the person in charge of the discipline plan at the school site level. It is available publicly. It has to be on websites. But this is not designed to be a communication device for everyone. We've got to work on that. And then the last part was the implementation plan. I already kind of walked through that. So again, some guidance today so we can get you a better draft at the end of July. Share that draft with principals on August 1st. They do their review in the month of August. They certify for us that they've done that by May 31st. We get it on your agenda for September 13th. We've got a plan. And then there's professional learning that will occur with principals as well as with teachers. Part of what we committed to and WEA committed to was working with us on some sort of a training plan for teachers. I will say that May 23rd was not that long ago. We had to wait for the legislative session to get this draft really put together. We did send it to WSPA and WEA midweek last week. We let them know we have very little time in order to get it posted for you. However, we did receive feedback from WSPA leadership, the Principals Association leadership, very good feedback. We were able to actually incorporate that because Ms. Reardon was able to turn that around. I had a very productive meeting today and really appreciated it with WEA leadership. We spent an hour, 15 minutes going through some very detailed comments. They did a very thorough review, and there are actually some questions I'm going to have for legal counsel, not at this meeting, but later, based on some of those requests, but very reasonable requests. And I think those additions, I think we'll be able to make pretty much all the additions that they're asking for. They are taking a fresh look at it, too, to see what can be minimized, because the manual is lengthy right now. If we had taken out one thing we added into the appendix that wasn't in there before was we just went ahead and threw in all the relevant statute, or most of the relevant statute. That takes up about 15 pages. It's the last 15 pages. That's not necessary to be in there, but sometimes it's a useful guide. We get many legal questions as people are working through this, and if they have that as a reference guide, it might be helpful. It might not, because sometimes the weight of a manual makes people not read it. So that might be something to minimize. So with that said, I am obviously open to any questions you have, any guidance you might provide. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. LaMarca. Okay, team. So here's how we're going to run this item. We can get some clarifying questions. We'll talk about things that we'd like to see. We'll do public comment. And then we can build this motion around the consensus that we're feeling. So that could look like directing the superintendent to integrate additional steps for when the manual comes back on July 25th so that we can be explicit in our guidance. So I will kind of keep track of those things as we have our conversation, and then we'll tee that up to a fairly customized motion based on where things seem to be going, and then based on what Dr. LaMarca just shared about the fact that they are planning and preparing for another iteration of this based on the feedback that we give them today. So any clarifying questions for right now before we go to public comment? Clerk Rodriguez, yep, go for it.
I have quite a bit of questions. For one, I'm glad to hear that this is going back and getting more input from our staff and associations, because obviously our staff are the ones that are on the front line. I do have a couple of questions. I was looking at the proposed document. I'll be honest, I know a lot of us here want to see some serious changes and protections for our staff and schools and students. And I'll be honest, I don't know if this document is getting us there. I've gotten mixed feedback from my neighbors, from constituents, from staff as well. And one thing I would just like to throw out there for my colleagues is, one, given the new changes in NRS, I do believe a sixth grader should be held accountable differently than a 16-year-old, or a 6-year-old than a 16-year-old. But with that, I'll go into a couple of questions that I have. I look at page 21, sexual misconduct. We're talking about a 1 to 3 day suspension. And I'll be honest, as a father of a daughter, I don't think that's protecting our students or our staff for that matter. And you look at the top three, you see referment to school police. Sexual battery, sexual assault, I think that's an automatic. Should be going to our school police. That is some of the things that are being listed in there at a minimum is a gross misdemeanor. Some of the other feedback that was gotten on page 25 as far as the COVID, adhering to the COVID policy, or I've heard this from multiple people. I think we're looking at getting, moving on. And there's other diseases out there that should be, if we're going to look at COVID, we should look at others. So that's something I know I personally would like to see removed or amended at a minimum. And those are just a couple. Kind of looking back to my colleagues, I would like to see a student behavior manual that looks at addressing specifically elementary students, middle school students, and high school. Going back to, I think, a sixth grader that makes a mistake is different, or correction, a 6-year-old making a mistake could be different than a 16-year-old. So just food for thought. Those are just a couple of things I'd like to open up to my colleagues, and I do have others I would like to discuss as well.
Sure, and so first I'd like to give Dr. Lamarca the chance to respond to any of those comments, particularly around, I think it was page 21, the sexual assault. And we can do this a bunch, so this is almost like an impromptu work session, but this is good. But I want to make sure that there's opportunities to ask clarifying questions or to get thoughts on things, or to let us know if a law is explicit about the way that we have to respond in certain situations.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for the questions. This came up in our discussion this morning. We have to do a better job at aligning the elements as they are listed in the manual with in the matrix with some of the language that appears under law enforcement, because there are some mismatches. Every sexual misconduct and everything that's coded sexual misconduct will not rise to the level of a misdemeanor. There are different things that might occur with that. And so, and I do think there might be some language in there that, depending on the gravity of that, that might raise to a level of a battery or an assault, and it would be treated differently. Saying that, I think we need to take a very close look at first offenses as well as third offenses. And quite frankly, that's going to be, I'll just forewarn, that's going to be one of the questions that we will take to General Counsel, is around habitual discipline. There are very specific definitions within statute regarding habitual discipline. So we know there are certain things that add up to habitual discipline, but are there ways through discretion that we can also use that with some other offenses? Wouldn't just be sexual misconduct. It might be arson, it might be bullying, things that wouldn't require 5 of these events before we really are looking at a potential alternative placement, that sort of a thing. I do think with contacting school police, certainly we'll look at the wording around that. There are some of these things that school police should be contacted on, even if they decide not to respond.
So Paul, I do agree with Trustee Rodriguez's point. We have event as sexual assault, but then if you read everything that's defined, none of that is actually a sexual assault. So that might be something that we need to change. Sexual assault's a Class A felony. That's a big deal. And I think that's your concern, right? But if you read the definitions, none of that is a sexual assault that I see, where it says not limited to and unwanted sexual advances, propositions, etc. So, well, maybe that's something we can help you with.
I would also just comment with the well-taken comment regarding communicable diseases. We can change some of the wording there. That is meant to cover more than COVID, but when COVID we didn't have this prior to COVID, quite frankly. This wasn't an issue, or it wasn't an issue that was addressed in the manual. But there are other requirements for other diseases, and yeah, this would be a procedural violation. So we can definitely work on the language. I will say I really like the idea of some distinctions, elementary, middle, high school, or developmental distinctions. What I would welcome would be ideas about how you do that and not create what's already a very lengthy manual and make it super lengthier. I don't want to have 3 separate matrices for 3 separate levels. The whole idea is to provide strong guidance, recommendations, and then allow principals to exercise their professional judgment. We need consistency across schools, but as we walk through many examples this morning, even things that at first glance appear non-ambiguous often become very ambiguous. And the adults in the situation have to be able to look at every case sort of uniquely.
One thing I do want to mention before we go on is that, and for the public watching along, we are doing this in a very different way, okay? So no Board of Trustees has been involved quite in this way. The manual and the matrix have really not been properly overhauled in a while. That's not to say that it wasn't done appropriately, but we are choosing a different path as a board and with Dr. LaMarca. And so in providing this feedback and having this rigorous discussion, we're doing the good work of making sure that we stay balanced and involved. And so I want Dr. LaMarca to know that we know we've asked something of you that was not with precedent before, and just glad to see that we're going to have these opportunities for revision. But we're doing this a very different way, and so we're not following the way that a previous board has ever done it. And personally, I'm really glad for that. But this will be a part of establishing the process we follow going forward. Clerk Rodriguez, did you want to continue? Otherwise, I'll go to Trustee Mayberry.
Yeah, just real quick,
Yeah,
kind
no,
of
go ahead.
on the arson standpoint and sexual. This is why I really believe that we should look at exploring student behavior matrix for elementary, because it's different when a 6-year-old plays with fire as opposed to a 16-year-old. And I would hate for this board to tie the hands of principals of elementary school kids that, obviously there's youthful mistakes, in younger years, and then obviously I expect more from a high school senior that's 17, 18 years old. So I just want to chime in on that again. So thank you.
Oh, it's okay.
Thank you. Thank you, President Smith. My comments may be a little disjointed, so I apologize for that, but I echo everything that Trustee Rodriguez says. And, just talking kind of at the 60,000-foot level, and you and I chatted today a little bit, Dr. LaMarca, and I admire what you do. You clearly are the leader in our state. You're at the legislature just about every day crafting the outcome. So this is in no way a reflection of you or your staff, and I think we understand that. And I was under the impression this was for final adoption. And I think you cleared up some of my concerns about, we'll be developing the communication piece later. That'll be really important. Two things are really important to me is investing in our staff and addressing student behavior. And this is the latter. It's so big. We get these agendas on Thursday, and sometime, particularly those of us, and this is no disrespect for those that have a little bit more time on their hands, but as a professional, somebody who's still in the workforce and full-time parent, et cetera, this is a big document. So it would really be my desire to have some of our small group meetings that we do together to really flush this out and get a better understanding of some of the material I'm looking at. And so when I see, for instance, tobacco violation or gang-related behavior, first incident, restorative conference, then school beautification. I have no idea what that means. I don't know if that means that they're supposed to go out there and clean up the school. Is that? I'm not looking for an answer right now, but is it? Okay.
It could be. It's like community service at the school
okay,
level.
very good. That's so I guess that makes sense. But and just overall, we've talked so much about how there's this perception, this narrative that our students can do some very bad things and get away with them when that's not the case, and it's certainly not the case now. But when it comes to assault, when it comes to weapons, I know there's some flexibility, but that first offense for these very bad crimes, can we suspend them? Can we get them out of the school? Those. I'm just a little hesitant on understanding the answer to that. And finally, I don't mean to put Principal Riordan on the spot, but I really would like to hear what the principals think about what we have so far too. So if you're so inclined and the president allows it, I'd love to hear what you may have to say. So those are some of my thoughts right now, but I appreciate all that you've done. I hope that helps. Thank you.
May I respond? Thank you again, and thank you for the conversation today. I'd be interested as well in small group meetings. I will request if we do that, or if you guys direct that, we do them as quickly as possible, because I'm going to be selfish and tell you I'm gone the whole week prior to the 25th. So my deadline is July 14th, and we can make changes, radical changes, all the way up to the end of that, but it's going to be kind of a tight window, if possible, and that you're obviously the authority on that. I want you to know that we're going to do, and we got some really good hints today from Mr. Spriggs and WA about maybe some ways to look at the matrix and organize it a little bit differently. We did try to order things the way we had talked about, where the first several items are the items that either do or likely lead to an alternative educational placement. That is possession of a deadly weapon, battery with injury, distribution of controlled substances, habitual discipline, and significant threats to safety and health. Then we have a bunch of events that are really, they don't raise to that level, such as a battery, but they're violent offenses. It's instigation of a fight. It's retaliation. It is a fight. It is assault. It's a threat of harm that doesn't kind of raise up to the level. Then we have things that are more disruptive in nature, disregard for school rules, interfering with instruction, those kinds of things. And we have a couple of procedural things at the end, even attendance is in there. And actually, I think the mitigation of health issue, that would be more of a procedural thing. But we got to lay that out so it's a little more clear. I did mention, and then that was part of our conversation with WA at least, we need to take a very careful look at first offenses, especially for these violent events. What I'm hoping for, and I think that it's not a request, I think it is a direction that has to come from the district, is we have to, when you read this sort of blindly, it's not as if kids just do these things for the first time when they get here. There's usually a history of behavior that has led up to it. We have to have confidence that that's being handled appropriately within the building. It's being handled consistently classroom to classroom, building to building, so that we know when we're pulled in as central office that the building has already exhausted most of the tools it has available, and so now we need to really ratchet it up. We have to do a better job with MTSS systems, Tier 1 practices, Tier 2 practices before we can get there. And that's why I have told you, and I stand by it, and I do think we can very definitely make this a better manual. This manual is going to sit on someone's desk. It's the implementation of practice that's going to make a difference. Do we need to guide them and provide them tools? Absolutely, and this can help us get there. But this, without implementation, is the weight of the paper, and that's it. So I hope that partially answers your questions.
Thank you, President Smith. First of all, thank you so much for the work you've done. I mean, this is a huge undertaking. I like the idea of small groups to help with this, because this is for all of us. This is for our community, our schools, teachers, admin, and especially this is for our students. That being said, I'll admit, I only got through 70%. This is way too lengthy. You're absolutely correct. It's going to collect dust. So I just want to hit on a few things. On page 5, the last paragraph, and I want to make sure I'm really clear about this. I love including our children. I absolutely love it. It's important that we hear their voices. I think Ivy is an exceptional example of that. But I'm not sure where this got off the rails. At some point, we are the adults. And when we have a statement in here, page 5, a powerful way to build community is to include students genuinely in the development, okay? Not in a dialogue talking about things, but in development of classroom and school-wide expectations. I personally would like to see adults going back to being the adults in the room and giving our children guidance. I think that's part of the problems we're seeing is we've handed over a lot, and I don't like to use the word power because that just sounds so negative, but we can be a very powerful force in these kids' lives. So that really stuck a nerve with me. The other thing is we're being, on one way we're saying consistency. I mean, I love that part. We have to have consistency with everybody singing the same tune, everybody doing the same thing, consistency. But then on page 8, we're talking about professional judgment. And I think if we talk to everyone in this room, everybody has a different comfort level. Everybody has a different level of acceptance. We can't have all of this wishy-washy judgment and still say we're being consistent. We're apples and oranges. We're either going to be consistent and this is what we do in this case and this is what we do in this case. When we bring in personal feelings and emotions, that's where we're going to get wishy-washy and things going off the rails again. The notification and the duty to warn, I think parents of the perpetrator and parents of the victim, no matter how minor, it is absolute that they be notified. Again, we need the adults in the room, all the adults, the parents, the teacher, the principal, all the adults that are in this child's life need to be in the room, because if we can head off a minor issue and get everybody on board, I think we'll have a better opportunity to intervene. Then the TAP, the temporary alternative placement, I don't think we're using that enough. And it doesn't mean remove out of the school, but kids are not going to learn if there is disruption going on in the classroom. And I love the idea of talking to these kids and the restorative part of it, but I think that is, when it's done in the classroom, to the extent that from what I'm reading here, it's carried on and on and on. We can't be teaching our kids when we're doing that. So I think we really need to concentrate on how do we remove that child. We don't want to stigmatize the child. Again, we're trying to help this individual child, but not to the detriment of the 25 other kids in the classroom. Removed out, and then restorative practices done outside of the classroom, and then maybe a nice little discussion to welcome the child back and say, hey, everybody has a bad day, but we can't do that kind of behavior. But this carrying on, this restorative, and the instruction goes to the wayside, that now we are not servicing all of the kids. So I would like to see this cut way down and also have some more teeth. We have been extremely bold in the direction we're going. We've got 4 safety measures. Those safety measures are, I believe in my heart, are going to get us better test scores, better quality of education, cut down on absenteeism, the whole lot. But if we don't get some teeth in how we're willing to carry this out, then it's all for naught. It's just all for naught. So, my opinion, but thank you.
Thank you, Trustee. There's some really good feedback there, and I was taking some notes. The only thing I'm going to jump in with is that this guide has to be as long as it's however long. Right. So this, I don't know how long it needs to be, but it needs to be what it needs to be. Now, the version that we create as part of the comms plan for parents and then also for students, because remember, we did talk about delineating different communication guides for students of different ages. Absolutely, length is something we can look at with there, but I want to be careful. It'll be as long as it's long, but I don't exactly know how long that'll be. But I was taking notes on all the other things that you were saying too. So thank you. And so I do want to give Dr. LaMarca the opportunity to touch on some of those. Do you see opportunities to perhaps take some of this, like reviewing opportunities for parental involvement or notification? I don't want to direct you, but is there anything that you wanted to offer with that as we kind of talk through it at this phase?
Thank you, and thank you for the comments, and I appreciate it. And I think your opinions matter, obviously, and you make some very good points. Let me say a couple things. On page 5, the piece around student voice. Student voice is a very critical tool that schools use to build climate. PBIS, Positive Behavioral Intervention, supports its best practice within that model to include students in the establishment of expectations. I will tell you in practice, and maybe people in the audience might comment if they're providing public comment. Students often can be the harshest critics on other students, and so I do think there are times when we're worried that, well, students are going to want everyone to be able to do everything. I don't think so. I think they want the order you want. I think they want to learn, and I think that they're very discerning about what's okay and what isn't. And I think more importantly, when they've had an opportunity to weigh in on that, they learn it. The biggest problem we have with some of the expectations is we don't spend enough time teaching it. We'll teach math concepts 7, 8 times, but we'll write down what you do behaviorally and we won't teach it. We have to teach these things. Having them involved, so when I was talking about the tier 1 systems, that's part of a tier 1 system. I hear you. Adults are the authorities in the room. But building a climate where kids want to be there is probably the best way to get them to sort of comply with expectations and hold each other accountable. I hear you about the lengthy part, and I also hear President Smith. The consistency, professional judgment balance, you're right. I struggle with that, and I scratch my head every time I'm thinking about it, because we definitely want the experience in classroom A to be just like the experience in classroom C. We want what's happening over at one middle school to be what's happening over at another middle school. And I can tell you that, again, things that seem black and white when we read them on paper often are nuanced, and they're not. And that requires professional judgment. You are absolutely right that when emotion gets involved in it, we make bad decisions. So I really appreciate your observations, and like all of this, we will take it into consideration and we'll work with you on it, and we'll try to make it make sense. So thank you.
Thank you. First of all, I think we kind of went off the rails. My memory, my hearing aids are working, was you asked if we wanted clarifying questions. I think we've gone way off the rails, so I'm going to go ahead and put it. I don't have clarifying questions. I got a lot of comments. Number one, I like the idea of sending this out to the unions, the community, et cetera. I'm surprised that the room isn't full of folks, staff, giving their input. Second of all, I'm a believer in what's called the broken windows theory, which is you don't let little things go because then they become big things. And so I have a list. I have like 15 different things, and I'll go through really, really quick. But even grammatical stuff, but I'll go through really, really quick. I like the idea of a small group meeting. I don't care how long this takes. Pun intended, I'm not going to be bullied into rushing into a quick decision on this, because this is one of the most important things we're ever going to do as a board. So if it takes a long time, it takes a long time. Page 5, I got a really serious concern. And let me back up a little bit, but when I read this, and I'm a principal or a department head, I don't see much change from last time. I don't see what I think, and I agree 100% with Trustee Rodriguez on his comments, I don't see a reader of this realizing the commitment the board has to discipline, to we're not going to accept violence, disruption, telling a teacher to go F themselves, which was brought up at the last meeting, that kind of thing. I don't see that in here. The whole thing just doesn't meet my expectations or my approval. I want a firm commitment that this is a two-part system. Restorative practices, which I don't like, but we're stuck with it, and discipline. I'm a military guy, maybe I'm overboard, but discipline's an important part of that. That gets back to page 5. We emphasize reinforcement of desirable behaviors and not, big capital letters, not reinforcing or punishing undesirable. No, I couldn't disagree more.
Oh.
Discipline is...
Trustee Church, can you do me a favor? Do you mean page 5 in the PDF count or the page number count? Because I want to follow along.
I'm on the hard copy, and it's page 5 under the little chart, and it says we emphasize reinforcement of desirable behaviors and not reinforcing or punishing undesirable behaviors.
Where I was on the development of classroom and school-wide expectations.
Right above the second paragraph.
It's the paragraph above
The
that.
last sentence in the paragraph above that.
The last.
It's the first paragraph after table 1.
Yeah. And again, the emphasis, again, not so much on that sentence as the concept, the philosophy of us as a board. I'm speaking for myself, but I think I sense it from others. So I'll move on. There was one paragraph in there that talked about the authority of the teacher, but I want to emphasize in my mind that teacher should not be overridden by the principal. Again, we had the letter to the editor that was read where the teacher went to the principal and the principal said, I'd love to help you, but I can't. Another thing, it's a grammatical kind of concept, but it uses the term teacher. What about the bus driver? What about the playground superintendent? What about those hall monitors? So I kind of think in our mind thought about teachers, but we really are talking staff, that if the bus driver's got a disruptive kid, they should have the same authority. And again, I'm not going to take the time to go through, and I sent some of this to Dr. LaMarca before. Technically, we use the term his or hers, fine with me, but I think some of the gender identity community prefers student or something like that versus him and her. The police issue is very important to me. If there's a crime, they should be called. If they want to just say no, and if a teacher or bus driver, whoever, wants to press charges, they should be able to do that. There's no mention of a restraining order, but that might want to be in there, that in some cases where it's a one-on-one issue, the student hates the teacher. I think that's a viable option. And then we get into the issue, and one technical thing, I believe we've got a number of students in high school that are over 18, so you can't contact a parent or guardian. They're responsible for their own behavior. What about whether parents don't show up for hearings? I don't see that covered in there. Page 12, and you don't need to look at it, but it talks about battery with harm. I know that's right out of the NRS, but I don't care if there's harm or not. If you batter a staff member, that's about as high as you're going to get on my chart of no 3 chances. Technical thing, you talk about a Spanish translator. Why don't we just put translator? We have other languages, even though there's a little asterisk at the bottom. I don't understand why each school would have discipline committees if we're trying to be consistent. I noticed that
I can jump in there really quick.
Sure.
And that is because in the manual, there are situations that may come up that a teacher does not agree with what a principal has decided, and then it goes to that site-based committee. So that's one of the reasons why each of the schools has their own, because those people that sit on those communities understand the uniqueness of whatever their school communities are. So it acts as a checks and balance for the principals as well, too. So just wanted to let you know that's one of the reasons why they all have their own.
Yeah, still kind of, anyway, but I noticed the NRS allows up to 2 consecutive days of suspension. That ought to be utilized to its fullest advantage without having to have that plan. it doesn't, reading through it, it almost seems like suspension or not suspension. And again, I just not reading enough emphasis on the other alternatives, inspirations, homeschooling, go sit in this other room with a teacher's aide. I mean, any of the dozens of options, I just don't see that here. And I'm almost done. And I'm going through really fast, but again, I could spend 5 minutes on each one, but I didn't see enough emphasis on student violence in there. I don't know if that's another policy. They use the word cyberbullying, but in my mind, what about cyber threats, cyber incidents, cyber comments? So a student emails another student and says, I hate, professor or teacher, instructor Jones, and somebody ought to kick his rear. Well, that's not necessarily, I don't know if that's cyberbullying, but it's a cyber comment. So semantics, but as I go through this, it just needs to go back to the drawing board. And if I had to say one common sentence, more emphasis on we as a board are not going to put up with disruptive behavior, and we're going to back our teachers and our staff. Thank you.
And thank you very much. So before we go to you, Clerk Rodriguez, is there anything you want to add to that, Dr. Lamarca? A couple things really quick. So we may not, in the behavior manual, be able to make recommendations about restraining orders. I know he was feverishly taking a lot of notes, but just something I wanted to mention really quick based on legal counsel. But I was taking a lot of notes, and I'm kind of building what a potential motion may be. We're still going to go to public comment. We're still going to have discussion afterwards, but we're just putting our ideas, asking our questions, and doing that, okay? Clerk Rodriguez.
I just had a quick question. Just for the public that might be looking at this, can you explain what restore at the door is, please? Thank you.
May I respond to Mr. Church first? Okay, just a couple of quick points. I did receive your email today, and I appreciate that, and you laid some things out, and these are all reasonable things for us to consider. The Progressive Discipline Committee, that's a non-negotiable. That's statutory. There's statute in the manual that talks about that. So that has to be done. Those people at each school. There has to be 2 elected teachers. There has to be 1 elected classified employee. There has to be alternates, and it is for the purpose that President Smith mentioned, having the alternates, and that is in case there are appeals that have to be reviewed that involve members of the committee itself. In working with WEA today, we actually think we need to strengthen the roles and responsibilities of the Progressive Discipline Committee, and one of the areas that they talked about specifically, and I think it makes a lot of sense, is related to what you're talking about with battery. So in 330 and 285, the Assembly bills, there is some language about battery with intent to cause harm, which means it didn't really cause harm, but there was intent. And so there's more latitude with that. Wherever something like that occurs, what you're going to have is conflict. You're going to have different interpretations of whether there was an intent. And so we think that the Progressive Discipline Committee might be someone who, if there's a disagreement, could weigh in. If there isn't a disagreement, people think it's intent, it can go forward. But that's an area we actually have to build out. The student-on-student violence, you will see that in 2 or 3 instances we combined teacher and student into one heading. Because you're right, in the past we would have a separate thing that talked about battery on staff and then battery on student. And quite frankly, battery is battery. And if it's a battery on student with bodily harm, there should be penalties. If there's battery of a teacher with bodily harm, there should be penalties, and perhaps when there's only intent. So that's part of that. Now, if we need to break that back out, I can understand that. Just really quick things. That was a hard. Your point is a well-taken point. There is a statement in there that says we're going to use teachers as an example and classrooms as the example of their domain, but this applies to everyone else. This applies to the duty teacher. This applies to what's happening in the hallway. This applies to a bus driver. Now, we might be able to strengthen that, so we will take a fresh look at that. Thank you about the language. I am not always great with language, so I will go through and check very carefully with some of the pronouns that we're using. To Trustee Rodriguez's question, restore at the door is really a practice where probably, with the exception of the president, we probably, and maybe Dr. Keogh, we were always in school when you did something wrong, you got sent to the office. It was an office discipline referral. So what that creates often, especially if a kid is trying to exploit it, is a lot of time away from instruction, right? They get sent down, they get sent back. That could last 2 hours. Let's say a principal is busy, they can't talk to them. So what restore at the door does, if it's an option, is the administrator goes to the classroom as opposed to the student going to the office. That way the administrator can come to the classroom, and in the better models, the administrator actually quickly substitutes for the teacher, who then will have a hallway conversation with the student to talk to them about expectations within the classroom, what they've done wrong, how they can change their behavior, and hopefully that can lead to them returning to the classroom right then with very minimal loss of instructional time. It can also work that the administrator has that conversation, the teacher remains in. But really the idea is administration comes to the classroom as opposed to the kid having to wander off to the office.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to, 2 clarifying questions and then some salient points that we will do with what we will. First clarifying question. There are 3 committees that are referenced, 2 that are in statute: progressive discipline, the safety team, and then the committee to review temporary alternative placement of students. Are those 3 separate committees within each school? Can you explain how that works? Yeah.
Excuse me, can you tell me the third committee again?
Oh, sure. It's the committee to review temporary alternative placement of pupils.
The committee to review is the same committee as the progressive discipline committee. The safety committee is also statutorily required. So in statute, there is a requirement for there to be a safety team. There's also a requirement for a medical emergency response team. Quite frankly, that's actually one of the comments we made when we were testifying in front of one of the committees. I don't remember right now. Is please don't require another committee.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of committees that are required, and really we probably do need more than one. But there is a large amount of overlap between MTSS committees, safety committees, and probably even progressive discipline committees. So it gets a little bit convoluted. Safety committee, progressive discipline committee are both statutorily required, and the other one that you said is part of the progressive discipline committee.
Okay.
It's one of their major functions.
Thank you, and I would agree that could take another look at to consolidate and streamline, because they take a lot of time and they're very important. Second, clarifying, on page 51 of the document, I'm getting a little bit into the weeds here, although it does mention Board of Trustees. So my question is, on page 51, NRS 392.850, it states, number 1, well, I'll start with provision of information to certain employees regarding unlawful conduct of pupil, immunity from liability under certain circumstances, confidentiality of information. Those are 3 different aspects. Number 1 says, again, this is page 51 in our document draft, the Board of Trustees of a county school district or its designee shall inform each employee of the district, including teachers, other licensed employees, drivers of school buses, instructional aides, and office managers who may have consistent contact with a pupil if that pupil has, within the preceding 3 years, unlawfully caused or attempted to cause serious bodily injury to any person. So it starts with the Board of Trustees. I'll be forthcoming. I don't know what we do to inform all those employees.
Thank you for the question. So this is the statute. This is what we call duty to warn. This is the duty to warn statute, and again, I don't want to put Mr. Rombardo on the spot, but he may need to help me out. This is a duty that has been delegated through. It's also not handled by my office. This is handled through school police. So what it's talking about are, I want to say, adjudicated offenses, or offenses that it's not we think they're criminal, but they've actually been prosecuted, or they've been detained, they've been cited, they've gone, and it's been adjudicated. So we regularly will get, and schools will get, warnings that a student who is returning has committed these crimes in the past 3 years.
Thank you.
Now, well, I'll leave it at that.
So in essence, the Board of Trustees has an obligation, but we don't do the work because we're not warning.
That is correct.
That is correct.
That is
Wonderful.
correct.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Okay, some salient points, at least I think they are. I'm a little worried about the timeline to rush, and I would like to avoid that. I understand we have to have something in place. It's very important. Our teachers, all employees, students, families, they need guidance. Having said that, the timeline, I understand it. I feel it might be a bit rushed, and I'm going to tell you why. I fully embrace the approach to diverse and broad voices, and that includes preschoolers. I will give you a little story that in our 3- and 5-year-old classes, the first thing we did with a new child is we sat down. Typically it would be a group of children because they started in clumps. We'd sit down and we'd say, what do you think the rules should be in the classroom? And my gosh, their voices were insightful. And so we would post those rules. And so anytime, second point is buy-in. Anytime Diane would kind of like go outside the rails, Teacher Paul would say, Diane, let's review the rules. So immediately there's buy-in. There's teaching. My third is that, and you won't be surprised to hear me say this, is that manuals do sit on desks. It's kind of what people do. They read it once, hopefully, and then they think they know what's going on, and typically then we have to go back to it if we know that it's there. So training, consistent, ongoing training, teaching, not only the adults but our students, follow through and redo. I think they're very important. One size does not fit all, and that therein lies the complexities of a document like this. This is mind-bending work, and I applaud all the minds that have gone into this so far because this is mind-bending. One size does not fit all. There certainly is a threshold where no matter who you are, no matter what age you are, something will be done immediately, and hopefully it's age appropriate. That's usually for the law and the parent. And then I would say, I said it before, I really think there needs to be a glossary, a simple glossary that anyone can go to and go, what does it really mean when they say? And then the last thing is, I think we need to keep pertinent aspects of the law and regulations in there, and I mean simple references. It's very helpful for most people to know, like we have stressed several times today, that some things you got to do, whether you like it or not. And so if we keep in salient references to regulation and law, I think it's very helpful. People then wrap their mind around it and move to action. And good luck. This is tough work.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Dr. LaMarca, I'll let you respond. So as I'm grabbing some of these salient points, I mean, obviously, we'll see what the motion is when the person makes it eventually. Still going to do public comment after Trustee Woodley. But by all means, if staff feels like a change in the timeline is warranted, the next time this comes to us, we can certainly also consider that too. I'm not going to probably bake it into kind of this draft because staff can always come back to us and say, here's where we are now, and then we can always vote on a different timeline later, but I think that's a good point. So Dr. LaMarca, did you have anything with that before I go to Trustee Woodley, and then we will go to public comment after that?
I don't. I appreciate your comments, and they're all very good comments. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Dr. Lamarca. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to share with you our thoughts. I'd like to point out first, the President, she made a good point with regards to law limitations and where our hands might be tied from recent bills or the NRS or what have you. So notwithstanding whatever legal limitations we have, I think the overall consensus you're getting from us is that we want to see a progressive approach with regards to the first, second, third incidents as these things occur. In my personal professional experience, I've never seen repercussions or progressive discipline appear to be the same. In other words, the first incident, the repercussions or the consequences would be different from the second and the third and so on and so forth. And in some of these instances, like in page 19, when I read the first incident and the second incident have the exact same consequences, it leads me to believe that there's nothing progressive going on here. So one of the things we like to do, and in some other parts of the column, there's the second incident, third incident, which also appear to be the same. So I think one thing that we would like to see is a consistency of when it happens the first time, that the individual has the opportunity to know that if this happens again, these are the consequences, which will be different from the first one. It will be worse, so to speak, for lack of a better term. So I think that's something that's very important to us. I think first incident, second incident, third incident should look completely different. Not one should look like the other. And second comment with regards to the developmental distinction, I agree with Trustee Clerk Rodriguez and yourself, Dr. Lamarca, because you stated as well. I think that there is a difference what a 6-year-old does compared to what a 16-year-old does. Developmentally, their brain, they know what they're doing, the difference. The only recommendation I can make to try to simplify this is I know that we have columns, first incident, second incident, third. Maybe there'd be a fourth column in the beginning that says K through 6, these repercussions, and then first, second, and third. So those are the only two comments that I have. Thank you.
Just I'll let you respond, Dr. Lamarca. A couple things that I'm thinking, and maybe Dr. Lamarca can provide some guidance on that. Maybe some of the structuring around the first incident and the second incident, if I'm willing to make a guess, it's because in a first incident, something could escalate directly to that. So maybe there can be some clarification around the fact that it could be, up to and including, because some first incidents may result in an emergency suspension, although a second incident could do that too. It depends if it's the same thing. So maybe we need to have some clarifications there too.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. This was also a very hot topic this morning when I spoke with WEA, and there's clearly work that needs to be done in terms of the progression. And there is some rapidity that needs to get changed and altered. Again, and this gets to Trustee Westlake's comment, there is this nuance between consistency and latitude. And so it's not as if we're recommending that each of these things that's in the cell under a first offense is used. It might only be one of the three things, and let's just hypothetically say it's one where there's a parent conference, there's a suspension 1 to 3 days, there's restored at the door. There's three different things. The principal might decide that this one needs suspension. The principal might decide this is one where I need to sit with the parents and have a conference. So then the second offense, a choice is there again, and so you would hope that part of that professional judgment that's being exercised by the administrator is to ratchet things up as the student's not responding. But we can do a better job in helping our administrators with that. So I think your comment's a really good comment. We will work on that.
Very good. I'm hoping that you're going to like what I'm cooking up. Now is a good time to go to public comment.
Kaylin Evans.
President Evans, welcome.
Hi, Kalen Evans, President of the Washoe Education Association. First, just wanted to say thank you to all of you. You know, the importance and emphasis that you are placing on this does not go unnoticed. You know, our folks are watching. It is very much the key priority to have us addressed. So to have all of you really, you know, pushing and championing these efforts does mean a lot to us. And I just want to say thank you to Paul and his team. A tremendous amount of work has gone into this already. We know that this is not an easy thing, right? There's a lot of gray area in here, and we want to get this right. Ultimately, I think, you know, also understanding too with the timeline piece, that was a request on ours. We felt that having a timeline on this to get done was really important because we wanted to have this ready for our folks when they got back. But ultimately, getting it done right is more important than getting it done quickly. But I just wanted to kind of, you know, provide that. And I think, you know, Paul, with his work at the legislative session, not to make any excuses, I mean, how much work and stuff that they were doing at that you know, has made it so that we're at a current place. I won't go into the specifics around the matrix and manual that we have. We've already had, as he alluded to, meetings on this. What we have, basically agreed to is to say, like, you know, we're going to be as available as you need us to be, because this is absolutely essential that we get this done right. And so we're going to spend as much time as needed to make sure that the document reflects the needs and the voices of the educators in the building, and that it's ultimately going to land somewhere that we, you know, overall can be in strong support of. So I just wanted to say thank you again to Paul. Thank you for you all in really championing this. It can't be understated the importance that we get this addressed, and so we look forward to working more on this and getting it to a place where we all really feel that it reflects the importance, as you alluded to, that this is a priority. And it's clearly that you can see that between the first and second, or the previous iteration of it and where it is now, that to the layman they see, like, okay, like, we see the difference here, we see that it's a priority. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Evans.
Colby Reardon.
Hi. Almost President Reardon. President-elect Reardon.
Yeah, I was just going to say in 3 days, right? I just want to say that I want to echo what Kaylin said as well. Student discipline is a real challenge in the buildings right now. We could go on and on and on for all the external factors that play into that. But two things really rang to me today. I opened up my parent climate survey data today. And great data. We improved in lots of areas, but some of the parent comments were, my child's instruction was interrupted on a daily basis. And then that's hard, you know, and they know, they understand we have students with special needs. We have students that come from very challenging external factors that we have to provide support for. But then Trustee Westlake came to Marvin Moss, and two of my student leaders walked her around, and they did a much better job than I could do. But they shared with her their frustration in their classrooms and on the playground with how I and the teachers have to address student behavior. And that's really hard to hear from your student leaders. So we just really, I know that our hands are tied with lots of policies and rules for students with special needs and our students who are in transition. And as administrators, we do understand that, and our heart goes out to them. But we also have other students that we have to consider the safety, and our teachers who are trying to instruct and dodging furniture and inappropriate language. So I consider myself very strong in the area of behavior and understanding how to address behavior, but sometimes a 6-year-old, when we talk about the difference between a 6-year-old and a 16-year-old, a 6-year-old can do a lot of damage in 45 seconds that it takes me to get down to a classroom. So sometimes size doesn't matter, and sometimes the size of your building doesn't matter. 300 students and you have 10 that are really challenging, or a high school with 1,500. it's still a large impact. So working with Paul's office, I'm very excited to provide him ongoing support and feedback. It's a big job, but we really do have to come together to make sure that our 59,000 students in our district are getting the supports that they need, as well as our teachers and staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President-elect Reardon.
Roger Edwards.
Hi, Mr. Edwards. Welcome.
Well, good evening. For the record, Roger Edwards, 50-year resident of Washoe County, father of 3, grandfather of 4, at least as of so far. Anyway, several things. You guys danced around it a bit, but nobody actually talked about it. And I'm the champion of this phrase. Quality of education is why we're all here. Okay. You can't have quality of education if you've got a student throwing a chair at a teacher or challenging them with a mop handle, or I don't know. So, and I know that's our overall concern, is you can't have quality of education if you can't, teachers can't teach. There is no, that's not an option, okay? But that needs to be your main focus while you're trying to deal with the level of correction that this thing goes by. But in the meantime, you have a discipline folder right now. So this timeline thing can't possibly be important. It's not like you don't have one. You have a guide. This is what we're working on now is an update. So timeline's not important. Getting it right's important. All right. Every one of these meetings, especially like this, there should be 1 or 15 representatives of the principals. All this crap we're doing here gets pushed down to the principals to institute. Okay, you talk about their professional level of making the final decisions. Yeah, of course. But they should be involved with these discussions. And I mean like on a level of right here, a chair in the committee. And why is there this WEA nonsense? These are non-elected people that are a reference or working with developing this document. Who are these people? I don't remember voting for any of them. Are they getting paid by us? This is an outside group that I have concerns about. Maybe they're great, I don't know. But finally, things you need to remember. I know we don't want to think about this, but you know the discipline problems in the schools are exactly what makes the news. All the good things that we might do and all the efforts we make that accomplish, quality of education means crap if all they hear about is 3 fights at Reed High School before the place even opened. Okay, so.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards.
Thank
and
you.
If it helps, our previous 2 speakers were the presidents of the Principals Association and the Teachers Association, and they're involved in the creation of the manual, just to let you know who they were speaking on behalf of. Yep, so Miss Reardon, who was just up before you, she is the head of the Principals Association.
Well, that's good. When did she get here?
The whole time, as far as I know.
That's all I have for this item.
Wonderful. Okay. And so for sure, I do want to acknowledge that Trustee Church was right. We went about this a little bit of a different way, but that's okay. We were vibing. So we lean into the vibes sometimes. So this was almost like a mini work session. And we shared our thoughts, but we didn't necessarily totally build consensus. We've got the public comment for that. So I'm not saying that this is done. We've all had the opportunity to talk, and by no means is this exhaustive, which is why I'll have a catch-all at the end. JJ, this is fairly long, but I'll be able to reread it. So what I was listening for, and by the way, I should also mention that I agree with all the things that were said. We are arriving at a place that I had hoped for and knew we were possible for accomplishing when I pulled this last November. So I'm really pleased with the depth of this dialogue, the people that are involved, and the amount of care that we are showing with this process. So with that said, I took salient points from many of you, some of the things that need to be specifically referenced, and I also have a catch-all for some related guidance. So I'm just going to kind of start with this based on what your thoughts are. And I'm not saying we have to take this motion right away, but I want you to see where I was going based on what everyone was saying. So a motion could look like, and by the way, you don't have to write this down because if somebody likes it, you can say so moved later. But what I have for now is I move that the Board of Trustees directs the superintendent to integrate differentiation where possible with age-appropriate responses, additional feedback from individual staff and labor associations, more parental/guardian involvement, an enhanced introduction statement, and review opportunities for clearer delineations between progressive consequences of incidents and other related guidance from this discussion in the next iteration of the behavior manual, and host small group meetings for trustees prior to the next hearing of this item.
So moved.
All right.
Can you email that to me, please?
I will totally email that. So I have a motion from Trustee Woodley, seconded by Clerk Rodriguez. I know I covered a lot of ground, and remember, this is not meant to be exhaustive. We covered a lot of ground, and it's also the related guidance from this discussion. But those were some very top salient points that I heard, and that I was watching consensus building around those items, but by no means is that exhaustive. Vice President Nicolette.
I need that repeated, please.
Absolutely, I'll do that again. And I will also type this out for you, JJ. I move that the Board of Trustees directs the superintendent to integrate differentiation where possible with age-appropriate responses, additional feedback from individual staff and labor associations, more parental/guardian involvement, an enhanced introduction statement, review opportunities for clearer delineations between progressive consequences of incidents, and other related guidance from this discussion in the next iteration of the behavior manual, and host small group meetings for trustees prior to the next hearing of this item. And again, this is not meant to be exhaustive, or it could be 50 pages long. Trustee Church.
Thank you. Two things I'm not comfortable with that where you mentioned feedback from staff and labor. You didn't mention from trustees. And we just did a whole ton of it. So
that is all of what we just
could
did.
Could we add the word trustees as a friendly?
Well, we are all of this. We are literally all of this, and the related guidance from this discussion is literally all from us.
But that's not in the motion. The motion said from staff and labor. Could we add the word trustees?
Sure, I can. I can add if it's amended to where it says and other related guidance from trustees from this discussion. I could add that there.
Okay, please.
If Trustee Woodley is open to that, friendly.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's also open to our second with Clerk Rodriguez.
Just a quick question. Is this not something that can be done in our small groups meeting?
That was the intent of the small group.
Right. But yes, I'll friendly it. Just
Yeah, so we can add that the other related guidance from trustees in this discussion. Again, no. It's not going to be from the small group meetings. We're just adding from trustees from this discussion in the motion, since Trustee Church wants to see trustees mentioned in this item, but this is not related to feedback that would come from the small group meetings. The motion only says that we expect small group meetings prior to this coming back to this body.
I just want to put the record clear that small group briefings are just that. They're briefings from staff to you. You don't get to give input. You get to ask questions, because input is something that has to be done in front of the public. and it has to be done as a quorum. So if you don't like something that Paul shares with you, you can bring it up here, but he is to brief you, and you are to consume information, then ask questions back. That's how we do small group briefings, for the record.
Good point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Legal Counsel Rombardo.
One more question?
Mm-hmm.
So you said enhanced introductory, I don't get the exact.
Yep,
but-
an enhanced introduction statement, which, by the way, that came from you. And in the introduction statement, I heard you say that you wanted a strengthened statement, and I saw Dr. LaMarca taking those notes, and so that's reflected in that.
So my question is, and this is a question, do you think that clarifies for Dr. LaMarca what that enhanced statement would be, or should we add a word or two?
I have a feeling he knows from this whole conversation, but I don't want to speak for him.
I took very thorough notes from your comments, so I think I have it, but when I brief you on it, you could ask a question about why I didn't get it right, if I don't get it right.
I guess I'm good with that. I have one question that's similar. Are we allowed to write Dr. LaMarca one-on-one and say, here's what I've read this, I didn't cover that? Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you very much, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, we gotta. Okay, so Dr. LaMarca is not obligated to accept or change or do anything based on anything that one of you tells him. And in fact, I'm encouraging him not to, because you don't have any authority by yourself. If 4 of you tell him to do something, then he's obligated to do it. I discourage the trustees, as I have for the last 7.5 years, 8 years, you should not be directing staff to do anything. Staff, it gets direction by the superintendent. That's it. Now, there are some exceptions as it relates to the board president, because she serves in an administrative role as well on internal audit, for example. The board has adopted a process. But just if you send him an email, he could put it in a file, and that's it. He has no obligation to read it or anything else. Your communications should go through the superintendent. You should not be directing him. That puts him in a bad position, and it's an unfair position for a staff member, because what if you say, let's do A, and he says, let's do Z? Now what does he pick? J? That's not a fair position to put him in.
Thank you very much for that clarification, and that was very important. Trustee Westlake.
Thank you, President Smith. So this is for Council Rombardo. So can we email Superintendent Enfield and say, I'm really concerned about this. This is really bothering me. I feel that, this could be stronger or handled differently, and say, what do you think? Is there room for that? Is that okay?
Your considerations and deliberations should be done in public. So if you are trying to get her to change this document, that should not be done via private emails in a one-to-one discussion. You can express your concerns to her, but you cannot hold her responsible if she chooses not to accept those concerns. So yes, you can send those type of emails, and that's who they should go to. I mean, with limited exception, right? I know you guys can contact me, you know that and stuff. There's different chiefs that you can contact saying. But for the most part, it should go through Superintendent Enfield, and she is not obligated to accept anything. And you can't hold her to that. That is not fair to her. She has to reply to 4 of you, and it has to be a motion. So the traffic on this type of stuff is going to lead to open meeting law issues, and we're not going to do that. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Well, with that said, I read the motion a couple times, and that's what stands at the moment. We have a motion made by Trustee Woodley and a seconded by Clerk Rodriguez.
Was the friendly amendment ever accepted?
Yes, it was.
Thank you.
Yep, it was accepted by Trustee Woodley, and it was also accepted by our second clerk, Rodriguez. And I will have that reflected when I email you. Okay, so all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 7-0. Great job. This was good work, everybody. And thank you so much, Dr. LaMarca. I know that this board is going into a place that is not typical for the board. With that said, I am 100% confident that we're going to arrive at the best possible place that reflects our values and our service to kids, staff, and the community. So thank you so much. All right, everyone. Great work. So, yes, and then definitely take your time off. Yeah. All right, so that closes item 4.04, and now we'll move on to item 5.01, our board reports. And I will open it up first for Trustee Mayberry.
Thank you, Madam President. I don't have a lot to say. Last 2 weeks, I know we had a lot of graduation ceremonies, so I was blessed to have an opportunity to attend a handful of our graduation ceremonies and see our students graduate and go off to do what they want to do and contribute to our communities and our state and our nation. Also really appreciate all the work that our staff put into the ceremonies, as they usually do, in our partnership with UNR. And it was really neat to see a lot of the motorboards and the caps that were decorated. That was a new feature this year. So I also want to give a shout out to Sandy Raphael. I hope I pronounced her name correctly. Thank you. Did I say that right? Raphael, thank you. With owner of Bill Pierce Auto Courtesy Honda. I did not get to attend the car giveaway to the student with the best attendance. It was as a drawing. I think a few of you attended, and hopefully we can hear who that was. But I just want to give a shout out to Bill Pierce Courtesy Honda for their continued support of our district and our students. So, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Mayberry. Let's get a little bit wild. Let's go to Trustee Westlake next.
Thank you. So these last couple of weeks have been a little bit anemic. I'm kind of missing school not being in and getting to do more things, but I enjoyed every single graduation. It gives me so much encouragement, and it is so awesome to see these kids and their success that they've already achieved, and I just can't wait to see what else they can do. I am sorry I missed the Piccolo graduation. I really wanted to go to that one, but next year I will make that one too. I got to thank the Family Resource Committee, and I can't say enough about the work that they do in our community. I don't even want to think about the things that our families would be lacking, and our children, and therefore our community. I mean, this is us, what we would be lacking without their intervention. It's amazing to me, the things that they do, and I'm so proud of them. I'm going to say something that's in the future because it's tomorrow, and I know I will forget by the board meeting in July, but I am going to go to Sepulveda. I was invited to go to take a tour at Sepulveda to see how the summer school is working, and I'm going to be doing that tomorrow. So I am excited. I'm feeling like I'm going through withdrawals, not getting to go into the school. So I'm really looking forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Trustee Woodley.
Thank you, Madam President. I too wasn't able to attend the giveaway, the Honda. I think that was great. I'm a Honda client myself, customer myself, so I'm very happy to see Bill Pierce supporting our school district. I also had a great time attending a bunch of the graduations. It's really nice to see how small our community still is when a bunch of us, all of us, actually kept seeing kids that we actually knew one way or another. So it's nice to give diplomas to individuals that we actually knew, notwithstanding that we enjoyed doing it for all, but it's just a reminder how small our community is. Recently, 2 weeks ago, I did attend my second NIAA meeting. It was a 2-day meeting. This time it was up here up north, so that was good. I didn't have to travel overnight to Vegas for 2 days. There was a lot of discussions related to spring sports alignments. Just to give you guys an update, for softball, boys golf, swimming, and diving, track and field, we have schools in Class 3A, which are Hug High School, North Valleys, Sparks, and Worcester, and all other high schools that participate in these sports are Class 5A. We also discussed state tournaments for different sports, and it's amazing the things that have to be taken into consideration with regards to the rooming and board and AP classes and exams. All these are things that are taken into consideration when identifying the tournament dates. So that was really interesting. The hotel room demands and the costs. So NIAA is very cognizant of that. So, you know, because parents, we don't want to send kids during Reno Rodeo, for example, here in Reno, have a tournament, you know. So, but that's very good to see, and especially when you're considering the different counties, or every county we have to consider so that everyone can participate. So I'm really glad to be a part of that board. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Vice President Nicolette.
Well, I was going to say, while JJ cues up the photographs, here we go. Very quickly, I just want to say at our Friday Nevada Association of School Board meetings, 2 former employees, Rick Harris and Tom Cisniski, thanked our Washoe County School District print shop for all the fabulous help that they have provided through the years, and in specifics, the previous conference. So, oh yeah, isn't this cool? I'm going to, just, if you will just flash kind of back and forth, I'm just going to give a running commentary. So, thank you. It's on a loop. Fabulous. I'm on a loop too. The throwing of the cap started back in the 15th century, and it was called a mortar board because back in the day with the laborers, just like they do today, they would have this hard piece of wood, and it was flat, and that's what they would use to hold what was called mortar, and it was square, and so it kind of evolved into being called a mortar board. And then in 1912, the U.S. Naval Academy, they were the first to really coin the art of having the cap and throwing the cap. And so that was 1912. And then it's progressed to today, where you can see the tops of the caps are really a personal fashion statement, which was really cool. I mean, there were some artistes who decorated those mortar boards, those graduation caps. I personally would have probably had to use duct tape and, make yay or something, but there were some really exquisite pieces. Through these pictures, you can see that there is a mother and her baby. They graduated together. There was music. There was appreciation, there were bands, there was singing. I will tell you that I can't think of one student when I said, "Congratulations, it's so nice to meet you." They looked me in the eyes and they said, "Thank you, it's nice to meet you too." And then sometimes they'd walk away not realizing that this diploma's yours. This is yours, you earned it. And they were just so much fun. But through these pictures, you can see there was a lot of fun. And one final statement, there was a young man who played his electric guitar, and he played the Star-Spangled Banner, of which the national anthem is part of. He was flawless. He was absolutely exquisite. And I will say that August 18th, 1969, Jimi Hendrix, who played at Woodstock on that date, would have been very proud and impressed at the way he played his guitar. So there's some pictures.
Wonderful. And game upped Dr. Nicolette for the slideshow with the multiple. She understood the assignment. Love it. All right. Trustee Church, come on down. You're the next trustee.
Thank you. Wonderful slides. For the record, I was not present at Annapolis in 1912 when they did that. But yeah, wonderful military tradition. Some of those slides, some of the students had the shawls, or former students, I guess, had shawls. I thought they were great. I really liked, of course, the ROTC ones with their medals, etc., various types of shawls. I also really was impressed with the ones that would have like the American flag and their country of origin, reflected their heritage as well as their new country or their country. A lot of first generation graduates, and even though the handshaking went on and on and on, it was so heartwarming doing that and seeing it. I only missed one. I think I hit every other one. In addition to that, I attended a Nevada Association of School Boards conference in Ely, Nevada, and responded back with a summary to you folks on what we covered there, so that was very good. They kind of got mad at us because we kept holding them in Vegas and Reno, so we finally got to hold it in one of the rural counties, and I did. The hotel we were supposed to stay at, I got a better rate at another one, and my entire meal voucher was one hamburger and soda at Carl's Jr. So I am very cognizant of the taxpayer dollars. And then again, future events, I'm going to be attending the national, we are lucky in Nevada, we're going to be hosting the National School Safety Conference in July. As a retired police officer, I'm going to be attending that. That's important to me. And then also, for whatever reason, I've been on 2.5 years, I've never had a town hall, so that's going to change. It looks like it's going to be in September. We'll get the word out, and I told them out of my budget if needed, no problem, but we're going to have food. That's always a nice attraction. Like last night, I met with a number of constituents. We had pizza, and we went over student discipline issues and other issues, and I hope to have a few of those in the future, but my actual town hall somewhere in my district will be probably in September of this year, so that's just a few months away, and that's basically my report with 40 seconds left.
Woohoo, thank you. Clerk Rodriguez.
Thank you. Unfortunately, my other full-time job, the one that duty called, and I did miss out on quite a few graduations, so I do apologize to the public for that, but I was able to attend a couple this year. McQueen was phenomenal. Unfortunately, I missed Spanish Springs, but I saw a lot of you guys on social media, and then it was nice to see those photos, and the future of our community was great. Not a whole lot going on this last couple of weeks. Had some personal stuff going on, and then work stuff. And I know it's summertime, so I am going to miss some of those school visits, but I look forward to first day of school, and yeah.
Thank you. And that first day of school will be sooner than we know it and faster than our kids want. All right. So I did attend all 17 high school graduation ceremonies, which represented 18 schools. It was great to see all of you there for one or more of the ceremonies. Special shout out to my board vice president, Dr. Diane Nicolette, who was there with me for every single one. So I want you to know I really appreciate that. The 17th and final graduation was Incline High School, and our very own Ivy Botmal was named the prestigious 2023 TARJ Award recipient. And that's an award that they give you when you exemplify the values and ideals of the Highlanders. Only one graduate receives it, and it was an incredible moment to see Ivy receiving that. And in our next meeting, we will be able to welcome our new student representative, Annabelle. I also participated in that special meeting June 20th. That was the board training by Dr. Thomas Alsbury, and then also the goal setting for Dr. Enfield for 2023 and 24. I really enjoyed that session with all of you. I thought that was really worthwhile, and I appreciated that opportunity. I did an interview with Faith Evans of News Channel 2 about school safety. And I thought that that was a really important part of this ongoing discussion around safety and connection. And I'm really glad to see our media partners also dialing into the work that this board is doing. And then last but not least, I do have some pictures here. There's 2 pictures. That is Dr. Diane Nicolette and I doing our very best Vanna White impression. So Dr. Di and I had a blast on Saturday. We saw Quentin of Demonte Ranch High School winning his brand new Honda Civic from Bill Pierce Courtesy Honda. You see him getting the keys from the one and only Sandy Raffelli right there. And all he had to do was go to school his senior year. So I've got some ideas. Michelle Anderson, you're going to hear from me. It's not dependent on grades. This just depends on you investing in yourself and attending school every day. And Bill Pierce Courtesy Honda has done this for 15 years in partnership with Alice 96.5. I think this is a great program. I was so proud to be there. It was absolutely thrilling. And just congratulations to Quentin, who is going to be pursuing a career in our armed forces. And now he has a new car to drive away with that. So it was just really incredible. I really enjoyed being there with Diane. If you could go back to that picture, the one before, I do want to point out we did not plan to be adorably matched, but we were. And thank you so much. All right, I forgot I'm the one managing the meeting. Okay, so that closes out board reports, item 5.01. And now we'll go to item 5.02. We have our Associate Deputy, Dr. Keogh, here with us. So would you like to do your board report on behalf of the superintendent and you?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to provide a quick update on the strategic plan. Over the summer, district staff, educators, and community partners will continue to build out our strategic plan, specifically the excellence targets, a strategy map with strategic priorities and key actions, and a roadmap for implementation. Dr. Enfield and our team anticipate that we will bring this forward to you all in August. And I also wanted to share very briefly that I've also led strategic planning and education agencies a few times prior to this one that we are currently in Washoe County School District. And I want to reassure you, this is the best process I have ever seen and experienced. It was collaborative, it was strategic, it was thoughtful, it's very intentional, and it's been very inspirational. Strategic planning typically takes a year to complete. So I want to reassure you that the district is on track, and I am very proud of this work. I am proud of everybody who is engaged in this process. And I am reassuring you, as somebody who has studied high-performing systems, this is the work. We are doing excellent work as a district. I could not be more proud, and I know that Dr. Enfield is very excited to bring this work forward to you in August. In addition, graduation. The last 2 weeks, we celebrated graduates and families, as you've all said. We had 17 ceremonies representing 4,075 graduates across Washoe County School District. It was a pleasure, yes, to see the seniors' designs of their caps, their cultural stoles, and it was so memorable to see families because it wasn't just a celebration of our graduates, but it was really a celebration also of our families and our educators who've come together for our students. And in particular, for those of us in the district who have a kindergarten student, I do, certainly, they are class of 2035. Okay, they also celebrated graduations across the district this year. So to commemorate the festivities, I know, thanks for that. Our communications team, thank you, led by Chief Michelle Anderson. They have created a video to highlight the graduation activities, and we are pleased to allow everybody to watch it right now.
Thank you so much, Jeff and Michelle and team. When I see that, there is one word that comes to mind, and it is hopeful for me. Hopeful. Thank you. All right. So that brings an end to item 5.02, and we'll move on to section 6 now, our closing items. JJ, do we have any closing public comment?
We have none.
Oh boy. Okay. Well, here we go. I better hit this mallet here. So our next meeting, I don't want to miss item 6.02. Our next meeting is on July 25th, 2023, which again for the public means we only have one meeting in July, and it is July 25th. And on that note, at 6:05 p.m., I call this meeting adjourned. Thank you so much.